If you've ever wondered what it's like to spend nights completely alone, surrounded by miles of dark forest, this story might change the way you see silence. Fire lookouts are trained to watch for smoke, storms, and lightning strikes. We're taught how to read the wind, how to spot a fire before it spreads, and how to stay calm when help is hours away. What we're not trained for is realizing something is watching us back. This happened while I was stationed alone in a remote fire lookout tower high above the tree line. No roads, no neighbors, no one scheduled to visit for days. From the tower I could see everything. Or at least, I thought I could. This is a true scary story about the night I had my scariest encounter from the tower, and the moment I realized the forest doesn't always stay where it's supposed to. Listen carefully. My name is Andrew Cole, and the first thing they tell you when you're assigned to a tower like this is to read the manual twice. Not skim it. Not assume you already know the rules. Twice slow cover to cover. The second thing they tell you is that some of the rules won't make sense until they have to. The tower was old in the way that doesn't show up in photographs. The wood still held. The bolts were solid. But everything about it had settled into itself, like it had learned the exact shape of the mountain and refused to change anymore. 4 steel legs sunk into concrete footings, a narrow staircase twisting up through nothing, and a cabin perched on top like an afterthought. During the day it felt exposed. At night it felt anchored. I'd been on duty since sunset, logging the usual nothing. No lightning. No smoke columns. No distant glows that didn't belong. The radio was quiet except for static that came and went with the temperature. Wind brushed the tower, just enough to make it creak now. And then, a slow complaint rather than a warning. The kind of night where your own breathing starts to sound like company. I flipped through the manual again around midnight. More out of boredom than anything else. Most of it was procedural. Bearings, weather logs, emergency callouts. There were sections highlighted by previous occupants, notes written in different hands over the years. Don't leave food unsecured. Don't ignore sudden silence. Don't assume wildlife patterns are stable. And then there was the line I'd noticed before but hadn't given much thought to. Do not look directly below the structure at night. No explanation. No follow-up. Just that single sentence, printed in the same flat font as everything else. During the day, it made sense in a practical way. Vertigo, disorientation, the risk of leaning too far out. At night, I assumed it was the same thing. Written by someone who didn't trust people to use common sense in the dark. I closed the manual and set it aside. The tower windows wrapped all the way around, giving me a clean view of miles of forest in every direction. Black treetops under a starless sky. The moon hadn't risen yet, and the land below was a single, heavy mass. I swept the horizon with binoculars, slow and methodical, then logged the time. Nothing moved. Nothing glowed. That was when I noticed the absence. It's hard to explain what that means unless you've spent long nights alone somewhere quiet. You get used to a baseline of sound, even when it feels like silence. Insects, wind through needles, the distant, irregular calls of animals you never see. That night, something underneath it all had dropped out, like a frequency I hadn't known I was listening to until it was gone. I leaned closer to the window, resting my forearms on the sill. The glass was cold enough to bite. I scanned again, slower this time, eyes adjusting. Still nothing. The forest held its shape unbroken. Without thinking about it, I shifted my weight. My gaze dipped lower, sliding past the tree line closest to the tower, following the slope down toward the base. I realized what I was doing halfway through and felt a brief, stupid flicker of guilt, like I was breaking a rule I didn't believe in. I told myself it was fine. I told myself I'd down plenty of times before, just not deliberately. The ground directly beneath the tower was darker than the rest of the forest. Not shadowed, not obscured, just darker. A pocket where the night seemed thicker, like the lead above it had been absorbed rather than blocked. The staircase vanished into it after the first few steps, the metal dissolving into black. I squinted, trying to separate detail from imagination. The pressure in my ears changed, subtle but real, like the beginning of altitude sickness. I swallowed and shifted back, breaking eye contact with the ground. The sensation eased almost immediately. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and shook my head at myself. Old towers creak. Old manuals collect superstition. That was all. I went back to the desk and poured myself a cup of lukewarm coffee that tasted faintly of metal. The radio crackled once, then settled. I wrote a few lines in the logbook just to keep my hand moving. The clock ticked toward 1. A sound drifted up from below. It wasn't loud. It wasn't sudden. It was rhythmic, faint enough that I wondered if it was just the tower shifting again. I listened carefully, counting the seconds between repetitions. Too regular for wind. Too heavy for an animal. A dull scrape, followed by a pause, then another. I stood slowly and crossed the room, each step deliberate. The sound continued, patient, as if it wasn't concerned with whether I heard it or not. I stopped at the window opposite the stairs, the one that looked out over open forest instead of the structure itself. Nothing there. No movement. No disturbance in the trees. The scrape came again, closer this time. I turned toward the window that faced the staircase and stopped myself just short of looking down. My eyes hovered at the level of the railing, taking in the familiar geometry of the steps as they descended into darkness. The sound came from below that line, from the place the manual had warned me about. Do not look directly below the structure at night. I told myself there was a rational explanation. Metal contracting, a loose bolt, an animal climbing where it shouldn't. I told myself that rules, without explanations, were usually written because someone got hurt doing something stupid, not because something impossible had happened. The scrape paused. In the silence that followed, I became acutely aware of my own presence. The way my weight pressed into the floorboards. The way my breath fogged the glass. The way the tower seemed to be listening with me, holding itself still. Something shifted below. Not up the stairs, not away. Just adjusted. As if whatever was down there had noticed where I was standing. I backed away from the window and sat down hard in the chair by the desk, heart thudding loud enough to feel intrusive. The sound didn't follow. It resumed its rhythm, unbothered, scraping and pausing in a pattern that felt deliberate in a way I couldn't articulate. I opened the manual again, flipping pages too fast, then forced myself to slow down. My eyes found the line without effort this time. Do not look directly below the structure at night. My skin prickled, not with fear exactly, but with the sense that I'd already crossed a threshold without realizing it. The scrape continued, and for the first time since I'd arrived at the tower, I understood that the rule wasn't about safety. It was about attention. I stayed where I was, staring straight ahead, listening to something beneath me take its time, knowing with a quiet certainty that the night had just begun. I kept my eyes level with the horizon and forced myself to breathe through my nose. The scrape below continued at the same patient tempo, neither closer nor farther, as if distance didn't apply to it the way it should. Every instinct I had wanted me to verify what I was hearing, to look down and confirm a source, but the line from the manual sat in my head like a physical barrier. The clock ticked, the radio hissed, the tower held. I told myself that if something was actually climbing the stairs, I would hear the change in pitch, the hollow ring of metal under weight. I told myself that the sound was too dull for that, too broad. It reminded me, uncomfortably, of someone dragging the flat of their hand along rough wood, slow enough to feel every splinter. I reached for the radio and keyed the mic, then stopped with my thumb, hovering just short of the button. There was nothing I could report without admitting what I was doing wrong. I couldn't say I'd seen anything. I couldn't even say I'd heard something clearly identifiable. All I had was a rule, and the sense that breaking it further would make things worse. The scrape stopped. The silence that followed was so complete it felt engineered. Even the wind seemed to pause. The faint creaks of the tower settling into a tense stillness. My ears rang, filling the gap with a thin, high note. I waited for the sound to resume, for the night to prove it hadn't been paying attention to me after all. Instead, something shifted beneath the floor. Not a step, not a climb, a redistribution of weight. Subtle enough that I might have missed it if I hadn't been braced for it. The floorboards responded with a quiet complaint. Wood adjusting to pressure it wasn't designed to bear. My stomach tightened. I stood up slowly and moved to the center of the cabin, away from the windows. The manual lay open on the desk where I'd left it, the page curling slightly in the dry air. I resisted the urge to read the line again. It wouldn't tell me anything new. The pressure in my ears returned, stronger this time, accompanied by a faint sense of dizziness. I sat back down and put my head between my knees until it eased. When I straightened, the tower felt smaller, the walls closer. The smell of old wood was sharper, edged with something damp and mineral, like stone after rain. The scrape started again. Closer. It was no longer coming from directly below the staircase. It had shifted position, circling the base of the tower in slow increments. Each pass took longer than the last, as if whatever was making the sound was mapping the structure by touch. I could imagine it down there without seeing it. Hands, or something like hands, moving along concrete footings, tracing the cold lines where steel met ground. I pressed my palms flat against the desk to steady myself. The vibrations were faint but undeniable now, traveling up the legs of the tower and into the floor. They weren't random. They were deliberate, exploratory. I thought about the height of the cabin, about the distance between the floor and the ground, about how exposed the underside of the structure was, how little separated me from whatever had found its way beneath it. The manual had been written by people who understood that vantage mattered. That looking wasn't a neutral act. The scrape paused directly below me. I froze, every muscle locked. The sound was so close I could feel it through the soles of my boots, a dull friction that set my teeth on edge. I stared at the far wall, at a faded inspection sticker curling at the edges, and counted my breaths. 1, 3, The pressure changed again, sharper now, like a sudden drop in elevation. My vision tunneled briefly, dark at the edges. I grabbed the back of the chair and held on until it passed. When it did, I was left with the unsettling impression that something had leaned closer, not physically upward, but inward, narrowing the space between us in a way that had nothing to do with distance. A soft thud echoed up the stairs. Not a footstep. A placement. Careful. Testing. The scrape resumed, now accompanied by a faint, irregular tapping that sent a cold wash through me. It wasn't the sound itself that frightened me, but its inconsistency, the way it suggested adjustment, learning. The tapping stopped and started, varying in pressure, like someone experimenting with how much force was needed to make the tower respond. I reached for the flashlight on the desk, and immediately hated myself for the thought. Light was attention made visible. Light meant acknowledgement. I set it back down without turning it on, and clasped my hands together instead, fingers interlaced tight enough to ache. The radio crackled suddenly, the static hard, heart slamming against my ribs. For a brief, irrational moment, I expected a voice that shouldn't be there. Instead, there was only silence again, the hiss dropping back to its usual low murmur. The tapping stopped. I waited. My breathing sounded too loud. The tower creaked softly as the temperature shifted. Wood contracting in the cooling night air. Nothing else moved. No scrape. No vibration. The forest beyond the windows resumed its distant, uneven chorus, insects reclaiming the soundscape, as if nothing had interrupted it. Relief crept in despite my efforts to hold it at bay. Whatever it had been, maybe it had lost interest. Maybe it had moved on. I stayed still for several long minutes, letting the absence of sensation settle, convincing myself that the rule had done its job simply by being remembered. Then the sound came from above. A faint knock against the underside of the cabin floor, directly beneath the center of the room. One contact. A pause. Then another, slightly farther away, not random. Not searching. Counting. My skin prickled so hard it felt like static. I tilted my head, listening, and realized the taps were spaced to match my breathing. When I held my breath, they paused. When I inhaled again, they resumed. I stood up too fast, the chair scraping loudly across the floor. The taps stopped immediately. The sudden silence was worse than the noise, charged with the sense that something had taken note of the change. I backed toward the wall, careful to keep my gaze level, and leaned my shoulder against the wood. My heart hammered, but I forced my breaths into a slow, even rhythm that didn't feel like my own. The taps did not return. Minutes passed, then more. My legs trembled from the tension, but I didn't move. I understood now, with a clarity that settled deep and cold, that the rule wasn't about what you might see if you looked down. It was about what might notice you looking. The night stretched on, heavy and unbroken, and whatever was beneath the tower remained silent, waiting in a way that felt intentional. I stayed where I was, eyes forward, pretending that attention could be withheld by will alone, knowing with a certainty that left no room for doubt that it hadn't left. It was just deciding what to do next. Time stopped behaving the way it normally does, somewhere after 3. The clock kept moving, but the night didn't respond to it. The darkness outside the windows thinned at the edges without actually retreating, like the idea of morning rather than the thing itself. I stayed pressed to the wall, eyes fixed straight ahead, listening to the tower exist around me. Nothing scraped. Nothing tapped. The absence was active, heavy with intent. I had the distinct impression of being evaluated, not visually but spatially, as if whatever was beneath the structure understood exactly where I was without needing to see me. The floor held a faint residual vibration, so subtle it might have been memory instead of sensation. My legs ached. I shifted my weight an inch at a time, careful not to let the movement translate into noise. The tower responded with a soft creak, the sound too loud in the stillness. Somewhere below, something answered with a faint pressure change, like a breath taken through soil. I closed my eyes for a moment and immediately regretted it. Without sight, my sense of position unraveled. I couldn't tell where the floor ended and the space beneath it began. I opened them again and fixed on a knot in the wood paneling, grounding myself in grain and texture. Looking was safer than imagining. The radio hissed softly, then spiked. A single burst of static tore through the cabin, sharp enough to make me flinch. I waited for a voice that never came. The display light flickered and steadied. I resisted the urge to call in, not because I didn't want help, but because I understood something now that I hadn't before. Any signal I sent out would also go down. The manual lay open on the desk, pages rustling faintly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I remembered the other notes scribbled in the margins, the small warnings that had seemed like personality quirks of former occupants. Don't ignore sudden silence. Don't assume wildlife patterns are stable. I wondered how many of them had read that line about looking down and thought they understood it. The pressure returned slowly, building behind my eyes until the edges of my vision darkened. I swallowed hard, jaw clenched, and focused on breathing evenly. The sensation eased, replaced by a crawling awareness along my spine, the unmistakable feeling of proximity. Not closeness in the physical sense. Alignment. A soft sound drifted up from below, different from the scrape, different from the taps. It was almost polite. A dry brushing noise, like fingertips moving across canvas. It traveled along the underside of the cabin floor. Slow and exploratory, pausing now and then to register the response it elicited. I held perfectly still. The sound stopped directly beneath me. I didn't look down. I didn't even let my eyes drift toward the staircase window. I stared straight ahead and waited for my heart to stop trying to escape my chest. The air in the cabin felt thinner, charged with that faint metallic edge again. Ozone, the smell of something displaced. The floor dipped. Not visibly. Not enough to register as movement. Just a subtle give, like a structure responding to a new understanding of weight. My knees buckled, and I caught myself against the wall, breath shuddering. The sensation passed, leaving behind a hollow feeling that made me nauseous. I understood then that the rule wasn't about preventing a single act. It wasn't a one-time warning. It was an instruction to maintain a bounded moment by moment, breath by breath. Attention, withheld long enough, became a kind of shield. Something shifted beneath the tower, repositioning itself with care. I felt it in the way the vibrations redistributed, the way the air pressure equalized. The brushing sound resumed, slower now, tracing a path that mirrored the footprint of the cabin above. Mapping. Confirming. The urge to look was overwhelming. It rose in me like an itch under the skin, sharp and insistent. A certainty that if I just glanced down, if I just confirmed what was there, the tension would break. The night would resolve itself into something I could name. I dug my fingernails into my palm until pain cut through the thought. Do not look directly below the structure at night. The sound paused, as if waiting. I realized then that it wasn't counting my breaths anymore. It didn't need to. It had my position. What it wanted now was my acknowledgement. Proof that I understood the exchange. The sky outside the windows lightened another fraction, the black giving way to deep blue. The forest beyond remained still, as though holding itself in check until something was decided. The brushing sound withdrew, inch by inch, until it was no longer directly beneath me. Relief surged, fragile and dangerous. I let myself believe, just for a second, that it was retreating. That the coming light would undo whatever the night had assembled. The floor creaked softly again. A new pressure settled under the center of the cabin, firmer than before. The tower responded with a low groan, steel and wood negotiating stress. Whatever was beneath me had stopped moving. It was staying. I stood there as the sky slowly brightened, the world regaining its edges. Birds did not sing. Wind did not return. The forest waited in a way that felt rehearsed. The sound below faded into stillness. But the wait remained, a constant reminder, pressed into the soles of my boots. When the first thin line of dawn finally cut across the horizon, the pressure eased. Not vanished. Eased, like a hand relaxing its grip without letting go entirely. The tower settled with a tired sigh. The air cleared, the metallic edge dissolving into cold morning freshness. I didn't move until full daylight washed the windows pale gold. Only then did I allow myself to sit, careful as slowly, as if sudden motion might call it back. My body shook with delayed reaction, muscles trembling now that they were permitted to. I stared at the floor and didn't look anywhere else. When the relief crew arrived later that morning, everything looked normal. No marks. No disturbances. No explanation that fit neatly into a report. I didn't tell them about the sound. I didn't mention the pressure, or the counting, or the way the night had leaned in close without ever touching me. I handed over the manual when my shift ended, pointing out the worn spine, the notes in the margins. I watched the next person assigned to the tower flip through it with casual confidence, stopping briefly at the line I now knew by heart. They nodded like it made sense. I didn't correct them. Some rules aren't meant to be understood all at once. Some of them only work if you respect them without asking why. And some nights, when I wake up with the memory of weight pressing upward through wood and steel, I'm grateful I never looked down. Because I'm not sure I would have been allowed to look away again. My name is Miles Thornton, and I have spent the last 7 seasons tracking weather patterns from a fire lookout that sits high enough to feel detached from the rest of the mountain. I am not a poet. I am not prone to exaggeration. I log humidity, wind direction, barometric pressure, and visibility because that is what keeps aircraft safe and hikers alive. Fog, to me, has always been data before it was atmosphere. Tonight, that order broke. The shift started clean. Cold but clean. The air pressure had been falling since sunset, slow and predictable. The kind that brings low clouds and mild precipitation by morning. I brewed coffee, updated the hourly log, and stepped out onto the catwalk with my flashlight to confirm what the instruments already told me. Visibility was dropping, but evenly, like a curtain lowering at a controlled pace. That was before midnight. By the time the radio crackled with the automated weather relay, the fog had reached the lower slopes, a pale mass pooling between ridgelines. It moved like fog always does, pushed and pulled by terrain and temperature. I remember feeling calm watching it. There is comfort in patterns, even bad ones. I turned back inside, sealed the door, and wrote the 2300 entry. Wind steady at 5 knots. Temperature falling, no anomalies. At 20:30:17. The first thing that felt wrong wasn't visual. It was sound. Or the absence of it. The forest went quiet in a way I'd only experienced during heavy snowfall. No insects, no distant birds. Even the low hiss of wind through the guy wires faded until the tower seemed to float in a pocket of still air. When I leaned my weight against the window, the glass felt colder than it should have. I checked the anemometer. It was still spinning, slowly. But when I stepped back outside, the fog didn't drift the way it should have. It held its shape, pressed against the slope like a held breath. Fog doesn't do that. I told myself it was perspective. Depth perception plays tricks at night. I made another entry and noted irregular movement, then immediately regretted the phrasing. Words matter in logs. They're supposed to be boring. At 23:41, visibility dropped to less than 50 feet. The beam of my flashlight cut into the fog and died without scattering. The light didn't bloom or reflect the way it usually does. It was like shining into damp cloth. That was when I noticed the gap. Directly below the tower, where the maintenance trail curves around the base, there was a clean semicircle of clear air, not misty, not thinning, clear. The fog stopped at its edge like it respected a boundary I couldn't see. I leaned over the railing, my breath fogging instantly, and watched that empty space for a long time. The longer I looked, the more certain I became that it wasn't expanding or shrinking. It was staying exactly where it was, waiting. The radio squawked, sharp enough to make me jump. Dispatch checked in, routine. I gave them the data they asked for, and mentioned the fog behaving oddly. There was a pause, just long enough to notice, before they acknowledged and told me to continue monitoring. When the transmission ended, the silence came back heavier than before. It felt pressurized, like being underwater. I went back inside and pulled the old manual from the shelf, the one with handwritten notes from lookouts who worked this tower decades before me. I wasn't looking for anything specific. That's what I told myself. I flipped pages, smelling dust and old paper, grounding myself in something physical. That's when the fog climbed. Not rose. Climbed. It started moving uphill in defined bands, slow and deliberate, as if following the contours it had memorized. It didn't spill or creep. It advanced. The clear space below the tower stayed untouched, a hollow carved out of the white. I checked the pressure again. It hadn't changed enough to explain this. I checked temperature and version models. Nothing fit. At 01:12, something brushed the underside of the tower. It wasn't a hit. It wasn't a scrape. It was a soft contact, like a palm resting briefly against wood. The structure shuddered just enough to feel through my boots. I froze, listening, my heart suddenly loud in my ears. Nothing followed. No footsteps, no climbing sounds. Just that deep, waiting quiet. I radioed dispatch again, my voice carefully neutral. I didn't mention the contact. I reported reduced visibility and requested confirmation of any nearby traffic. They told me there was none scheduled within 30 miles. When I looked back out the window, the fog had closed the distance. It pressed up against the tower supports now, coiling around them without rising higher. The beams disappeared one by one into the white, until the structure below me felt imagined. The smell changed then. Damp, yes, but layered with something metallic and stale. like cold water that's been sitting too long in a pipe. Every breath felt heavier than the last. At 129, I heard movement beneath me again. This time it wasn't a single touch. It was repositioning. Slow shifts of weight. Careful. Testing. I forced myself not to lean over the railing. The manual had an old note written in pencil on the inside cover. I'd never paid it much attention before. Do not observe directly beneath the tower during heavy fog. There was no explanation. No initials. The fog below thickened. But it didn't rise. It held, dense and deliberate, like it knew exactly how far it was allowed to go. The pressure in my ears built until I swallowed repeatedly, trying to equalize. At 47, the radio turned on by itself. Not static. Not interference. Just the low open channel hum, waiting for someone to speak. My call sign blinked on the display, unprompted. I didn't answer. Outside, the fog shifted again, drawing closer to the catwalk, stopping just short of the railing. The clear gap beneath the tower remained, perfectly intact. Whatever the fog was doing, it wasn't moving randomly anymore. It was positioning itself. And I was running out of explanations that fit on a weather log. The radio stayed open for a long time after that, humming softly like an exposed nerve. I kept my hand close to the handset without touching it, afraid that even the smallest movement would somehow signal permission. The fog outside continued its slow rearrangement, not advancing, not retreating, just refining its position around the tower as if it were getting comfortable. I checked the time again. 01:03. The pressure inside my ears hadn't eased. It felt like the atmosphere had thickened only inside the boundaries of the lookout, trapping me in a pocket separate from the rest of the mountain. When I took a breath, the air tasted faintly sour, like wet stone. I told myself it was psychological, that stress can change perception, but I still found myself breathing shallower. I finally keyed the mic and cleared my throat. Dispatch responded immediately, too immediately, like they'd been listening the whole time. I reported the continued fog behavior and mentioned unusual pressure changes. I kept my voice measured, professional. There was another pause on their end, longer than before. Then they asked me to repeat the visibility reading. When I did, they acknowledged and told me to maintain position until morning. Morning felt like an abstract concept at that point. When the channel closed, the hum returned. I reached over and shut the radio off manually. The sudden silence that followed was almost painful, like stepping out of loud music into a vacuum. I stood there for a moment, letting my ears ring, then slowly turned toward the door. Something was different. The smell had intensified. That same metallic damp was stronger now, layered with something organic. Not rot, not blood. Just the heavy scent of a place that hasn't seen airflow in a long time. The fog outside pressed closer to the windows, flattening against the glass without leaving condensation, as if it didn't need moisture to exist. At 01:21, the first sound came from the stairs. It wasn't a step. It was the sound of weight transferring onto wood, followed by a slight creak as the structure adjusted. Then another, higher up, slow, even, measured to avoid sudden noise. I backed away from the center of the room and placed myself between the windows, where the fog couldn't press directly against the glass. The manual's note replayed in my head, louder than it should have been. Do not observe directly beneath the tower during heavy fog. I didn't want to understand why. The stair sounds stopped several feet below the trapdoor. Whoever or whatever was there didn't try the ladder. It didn't rush. It waited. The fog below shifted again, tightening around the supports like fingers curling into a grip. I watched the barometer needle twitch, not enough to log, but enough to notice. Every small movement felt amplified, like the mountain itself was leaning in. Minutes passed. 10, 15. My legs started to ache from standing still, but I didn't dare sit. The silence beneath me was deliberate now. I could feel attention focused upward, not in a human way, but with the same certainty you feel when a storm cell centers itself overhead. At 01:47, the trapdoor handle moved. Just enough to test it. The latch held. I'd locked it out of habit at the start of my shift. The handle went still after that, as if the thing below had learned something valuable. The fog surged then, not upward, but inward. It pressed against every window at once, dimming the interior until my headlamp became the only defined light source. The beam didn't scatter in the fog outside. It was absorbed. I became aware of another sensation then. Pressure, not just in my ears, but across my skin, like standing too close to a large, slow, moving object. The tower creaked softly, settling under a new distribution of weight. Something exhaled beneath me. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was a controlled release of air, steady and deep. Like someone pacing their breathing deliberately. The sound traveled up through the hollow core of the tower and settled in my chest. I moved without thinking, stepping toward the window opposite the stairs, the one with the narrowest view. The fog there thinned slightly, just enough to reveal the faint outline of the maintenance trail before it vanished again. The clear gap was still there, perfectly preserved. That's when I realized the fog wasn't avoiding the space beneath the tower. It was preserving it. At 02:06, the radio turned itself back on. This time there was no hum, just a quiet click followed by breathing, slow, controlled, almost synchronized with my own, until I consciously forced myself to change my rhythm. I didn't respond. I didn't move. I stood there, listening, my mind scrambling for rational explanations that didn't involve the shape of the fog, the careful pacing on the stairs, or the way the pressure kept increasing in precise, incremental steps. The breathing stopped. A few seconds later, the radio crackled once, sharp and final, and went silent again. The fog began to rise, not rush, not surge. It climbed the supports in parallel bands, inching upward with the same deliberate patience as before. The clear gap beneath the tower shrank for the first time, not collapsing, but tightening like a noose being drawn carefully closed. The trapdoor handle shifted again, harder this time, testing the latch with intent. I backed away until my shoulders touched the wall, every instinct screaming at me not to look down, not to acknowledge whatever waited just below my feet. The manual didn't say what would happen if you broke that rule. It didn't need to. By 02:31, the fog had reached the catwalk railing. It stopped there, waiting for me to make the next move. I stayed pressed against the wall until the muscles in my legs began to shake. The fog clung to the catwalk railing, just outside the windows, unmoving, as if it had reached a line it would not cross without invitation. The tower felt smaller now, its familiar angles subtly wrong. Like a room you've been locked in too long. The pressure in the air kept building, not fast enough to panic over, just enough to notice with every swallow. My ears rang. My head felt thick. I checked the barometer again out of habit more than hope. The needle sat steady, mocking me. Whatever was happening wasn't something the instruments were designed to understand. Below me, The stairs creaked once. Not upward, sideways, a careful shift of weight, testing how the structure responded. I imagined hands, or something like hands, feeling along the beams, learning the tower by touch. The thought made my stomach tighten. I moved slowly, deliberately, keeping my eyes above the floor line. The manual's warning wasn't loud anymore. It was embedded. I shut off my headlamp and let the dim interior bulb take over, afraid that focused light might count as attention. At 02:44, the smell changed again. The metallic dampness gave way to something colder, cleaner, like air pulled from deep underground. It carried with it a faint suggestion of ozone, the kind you notice before electrical storms, even though the sky above the fog was perfectly clear. I keyed the radio without thinking, then froze, my thumb hovering just short of transmitting. The channel was quiet. No hum. No breathing. Just absence. I didn't call out. The fog responded anyway. It slid past the railing in thin sheets, not pouring in, not surging. Just easing closer to the glass. The windows didn't fog over. They stayed clear, almost polished, giving me an unobstructed view of the white mass inches away. I could see texture in it now. Subtle density changes, layered like muscle under skin. It shifted when I shifted, maintaining that same precise distance, mirroring without copying. Below, something bumped the underside of the trapdoor again. Firmer this time. Testing strength. Testing patience. I braced myself against the wall and forced my gaze upward, fixing on the ceiling beams. The tower groaned softly as weight redistributed beneath me. Not climbing, centering. At 03:02, the radio clicked on again. This time, there was a voice. It didn't say anything recognizable. Just a low, steady sound. Almost like someone forming words without pushing air through their throat. The cadence was wrong. Too even. Too controlled. I shut the radio off immediately. The voice continued. Not through the speaker. Through the structure. A vibration more than a sound. Traveling up the supports and into the floor. Into my boots, into my bones. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was close enough to feel. I pressed my palms against the wall, grounding myself, focusing on texture and temperature. Paint. Screws. Real things. The fog pressed closer to the windows again, flattening like a held breath. I could see faint disturbances now, impressions forming and fading, as if something were leaning into it from the inside. At 03:19, the trapdoor handle twisted fully. The latch held, but only just. The metal complained, a sharp, high sound that made my teeth ache. Whatever was below paused after that, reassessing. I imagined it cataloging resistance, adjusting approach. The pressure peaked then, hard enough that my vision narrowed. I dropped to one knee, breathing slow and shallow, fighting the instinct to curl inward. The fog outside stilled completely, every shifting layer locking into place. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The stillness stretched until it felt intentional. Then, without warning, the pressure released. Not gradually. All at once. The sudden change made me gasp, air rushing into my lungs painfully. The tower creaked as if relieved. Outside, the fog loosened its hold on the railing and drifted back a few inches, restoring that careful distance. Below, the stairs went quiet. I waited for another sound. Another test. It didn't come. Minutes passed. Then more. The silence changed quality, losing its weight, becoming something closer to absence again. I checked the time with shaking hands. 03:47. The fog began to move downhill, not retreating, returning. It slid away from the tower supports, in the same deliberate bands it had climbed in, unwrapping itself with precision. The clear gap beneath the tower widened, as it went, restoring the hollow space as if resetting a boundary. I didn't move. I didn't look down. By 04:12, visibility had improved enough to see the outline of the trail again. The forest sounds returned in fragments. An insect. Then another. The wind whispered through the guy wires like it always had. The smell faded last, lingering just long enough to make me question whether it had ever been there at all. At 04:29, the radio crackled. Dispatch checked in, routine. I answered, my voice steady enough to pass. They asked for updated conditions. I gave them numbers. Safe numbers. The kind that fit neatly into boxes. Fog lifting, visibility improving. No anomalies, they acknowledged and signed off. When the sky finally began to pale at the edges, the fog thinned into something ordinary, something familiar. By sunrise, it was gone entirely, leaving damp ground and quiet trees in its wake. I didn't log everything that night. Some things don't belong in official records. But I did add one note to the manual, beneath the old pencil warning, pressing hard enough to tear the paper slightly. Fog does not always follow weather. Sometimes it follows structure. Sometimes it waits. And sometimes, if you don't acknowledge it, it leaves. My name is Jacob Frost, and I am the only person stationed in the North Ridge Fire Lookout this week. Which means there is no one else who could be walking above my head right now. The tower is 1 room tall. I know this because I can touch the ceiling with a broom handle, because I've inspected the roof after hailstorms, because I helped unload the helicopter that dropped me off here 3 nights ago. There is nowhere above me but shingles, insulation, and the empty night air. That fact has not changed since sunset, but the sound has. It started just after full dark, when the forest settled into that quiet that only happens far from roads. The wind dropped. The insects thinned out. Even the trees stopped rubbing against one another. I was standing at the south, facing window, logging the last light traces on the horizon, when I heard what sounded like a single footstep overhead. Not a thump, not a branch scraping the roof. A footstep, a soft, careful placement of weight. I froze with my pencil hovering above the logbook. I waited for the sound to repeat, for it to resolve into something ordinary. A raccoon, a gust of wind, ice shifting. Nothing came. The silence afterward felt heavier than the noise itself, like the air had thickened. I told myself that isolation does strange things to perception. I said it out loud, just to hear a human voice. The sound of my own words bounced off the windows and died quickly, swallowed by the night outside. The smell of cold pine seeped in through the cracked vent, mixing with old coffee and dust. Everything felt normal again, at least on the surface. Then it happened a second time. 2 steps this time. Slow, measured, crossing from one end of the roof to the other. I tilted my head back and stared at the ceiling. The fluorescent light flickered faintly, buzzing like an insect caught in glass. I could feel a dull pressure in my ears, the kind you get before a storm, but the sky was clear. Stars burned sharp and steady through every window. I climbed the ladder to the trapdoor that leads to the roof, gripping the cold metal rungs harder than necessary. The hatch was bolted from the inside, just as it always is. I pressed my palm against it and felt nothing but stillness. No vibration. No movement. When I slid the bolt and pushed it open, the night rushed in, sharp and clean, carrying the smell of frost. The roof was empty. Moonlight glazed the shingles. No footprints, no sagging boards. The radio antenna stood rigid and unmoving. I stood there longer than I should have, listening, my breath fogging in front of me. The forest stretching out in every direction like a dark ocean. There was no sound above me, because there was no above anymore. I closed the hatch and climbed back down, telling myself the problem was solved. But the moment my boots touched the wooden floor, I heard it again. This time it wasn't directly overhead. It was offset, slightly to the east, like someone pacing along the edge of the ceiling. The sound was closer now, clearer. Heel, pause. Heel, toe. My skin prickled, not with fear exactly, but with confusion. Sound behaves differently in a tower. I know that. Wood carries vibration. Wind can make things creak in deceptive ways. But this wasn't a creak. It had rhythm. Intention. I turned off the overhead light and stood in the dark. The forest outside glowed faintly with reflected starlight, enough to silhouette the trees. When the light went out, the footsteps stopped. I waited, counted my breathing. The silence pressed in until it felt like my chest was being gently squeezed. I turned the light back on. The footsteps resumed immediately, as if they had been waiting for a cue. I sat down at the small table and wrote it into the logbook. Not because I expected anyone to read it soon, but because the act of writing grounded me. Unidentified noise on roof. Possible animal. The words looked thin and dishonest on the page. The sound shifted again. It moved toward the center of the ceiling, directly above the table. I could feel it now, not as vibration, but as presence. The air felt slightly warmer there, stale, like a closed room. My nose caught a faint scent that didn't belong. Old fabric, maybe, or damp wood that hadn't dried properly. I reached up and knocked on the ceiling with my knuckles. The sound echoed upward, hollow and sharp. The footsteps stopped mid-step. I held my hand there, palm flat, feeling the cool surface beneath my skin. Slowly, something pressed back. It wasn't a weight. It was more like pressure, evenly distributed, as if a body were lying flat against the ceiling above me. The sensation lasted only a second before vanishing. The ceiling returned to being just a ceiling. I pulled my hand away and wiped it on my pants, even though it wasn't dirty. My heart was beating faster now, loud enough that I wondered if it could be mistaken for footsteps. I laughed once, a short, brittle sound, and immediately regretted it. The sound of laughter felt wrong up here, too exposed. The radio crackled without warning. I jumped, nearly knocking over my chair. Static filled the room, then faded. No voice followed. I picked up the handset and held it, listening to the low hiss. The footsteps began again, this time circling, tracing the perimeter of the ceiling, like someone mapping the room from above. I checked the clock. It was just past midnight. I had many hours left until morning, and nowhere else to go. The tower hummed softly around me, a familiar sound that usually brought comfort. Tonight it felt like a held breath. I lay down on the narrow cot against the wall, keeping my eyes open. The ceiling loomed above me, close enough that I could see the faint seams between panels. The footsteps slowed, then stopped directly over my head. I could sense the space above me being occupied, even though logic insisted it was empty. The smell grew stronger. The air felt heavier. Somewhere in the forest, something howled, long and distant, and was abruptly cut off. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned, waiting for it to crack, to flex, to reveal something that would finally make sense of the sound. Nothing happened. The footsteps did not move. They waited. And so did I. I don't know how long I lay there staring at the ceiling, measuring my breathing against the quiet. Time stopped behaving normally once the footsteps did. Seconds stretched thin, then collapsed into nothing. I only knew I was still awake because my eyes hurt and my jaw ached from being clenched too long. The pressure above me eased first, like someone shifting their weight without lifting it completely. The footsteps didn't resume right away. Instead, there was a subtle dragging sound, faint enough that I questioned whether it was real at all. It reminded me of fabric brushing against wood, slow and deliberate, as if whatever was up there was repositioning itself. I sat up on the cot, careful not to make noise. The mattress creaked anyway. Instantly, the sound above me stopped. The silence that followed felt reactive, alert. I stayed frozen. My muscles locked, waiting for confirmation that I hadn't imagined the connection. When I stood, the footsteps answered. One step, then another, matching me. I moved toward the east window. Above me, the sound shifted in the same direction, keeping pace. I stopped. It stopped. I took one slow step back. It did the same. The realization settled in gradually, heavy and nauseating. This wasn't random noise. This was responsive. My mouth felt dry. I reached for the water bottle on the table and took a small sip, trying not to slosh it. The plastic crinkled slightly under my grip. Overhead, something adjusted again, producing a soft creak, like weight redistributing on an old floor. I whispered hello without thinking. The word came out hoarse and wrong. There was no reply. No voice. Just the faintest exhale of sound above me. Barely audible, like air being released slowly through teeth. The radio sat silent on its hook. I considered calling it in, then immediately dismissed the idea. There was nothing to report that wouldn't sound like fatigue or nerves. I imagined trying to explain footsteps on a ceiling that didn't exist. I imagined the pause on the other end of the line. I decided to check the roof again, even though every part of me resisted the idea. I needed to see it empty one more time. I climbed the ladder slowly, keeping my eyes on the hatch. With each rung, the sound above me retreated, sliding away from the center, as if giving me space. When I pushed the hatch open, the night air rushed in again, cold enough to sting. The roof was unchanged. Same clean shingles. Same frost beginning to form along the edges. No dents. No marks. I shined my flashlight across the surface anyway, sweeping methodically, pausing on anything that looked even slightly off. Nothing. What unsettled me most was the way the forest felt while I stood there. It wasn't just quiet. It felt withheld. No wind. No insects. No distant movement. The trees stood perfectly still, black shapes against darker black. I had the distinct impression of being watched from below, not by eyes exactly, but by attention. The moment I closed the hatch and secured the bolt, the footsteps returned. Louder this time. Closer to the ceiling panels themselves, muffled. I flinched despite myself. I backed away from the ladder and sat down at the table again, my back to the wall. The overhead light flickered, then steadied. The footsteps began moving in a slow loop, tracing the edges of the room. As they passed above the windows, I noticed something else. A faint shadow where there shouldn't have been one, as if the starlight outside was being interrupted briefly from above. I turned off the light again. The footsteps paused. The shadow remained. In the dim glow from the windows, I could see it more clearly now. Not a shape exactly, more like an absence, a subtle darkening that moved across the ceiling in time with the sound. My stomach twisted as understanding clicked into place. not fully formed but close enough to hurt. Something was between me and the roof. The air smelled stronger now, damp and old. I recognized it suddenly as the smell of abandoned cabins I'd helped survey years ago. Places sealed up too long, where fabric and wood and dust blended into something sour. It didn't belong here. This tower was maintained, clean, lived in. The footsteps slowed again, stopping directly above me. I could hear something else now, beneath the steps. A faint, irregular sound, like knuckles flexing or joints shifting without fully moving. I pressed my hands flat against the table, grounding myself in the feel of solid wood. A soft tap echoed from the ceiling. Not a step this time. A deliberate knock. I didn't respond. The knock came again, slightly harder. Dust drifted down, catching the light as it fell. I stared at the particles as they landed on the table, on my hands. They smelled wrong. The radio crackled again, louder this time. Static burst out, filling the room. I lunged for it, relief and fear colliding in my chest. Before I could speak, the static cut abruptly. Above me, the footsteps resumed. Faster now, excited. They crossed the ceiling back and forth, overlapping, as if more than one set were moving at once. The sound layered over itself, confusing my sense of direction. I stood, backing toward the door, even though I knew there was nowhere to go. The door handle rattled softly. I stared at it, my pulse roaring in my ears. The handle didn't turn. It just moved slightly, testing. Above me, the footsteps stopped again, all at once. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the forest seemed to lean away from the tower, withdrawing its sound. I held my breath, waiting for whatever came next. A long moment passed. Then something shifted above me, settling, as if lying down again. The pressure returned, heavier this time, centered directly over the cot. I understood then that it wasn't trying to get in. It already thought it was inside. I stayed awake, standing in the middle of the room, afraid to sit, afraid to move, watching the ceiling as the night stretched on, waiting to see what it would do when it finally decided I'd stopped paying attention. The night thinned out after that, not in the way nights usually do, but unevenly, like something was being stretched. I stayed standing until my legs trembled, then shifted my weight against the table without sitting. The pressure above the cot didn't move. It felt settled now, patient, as if it had found the most efficient place to be. I checked the clock again. Time had crept forward in small, untrustworthy jumps. The hands seemed farther apart than they should have been. Outside the windows, the stars looked duller, as if a film had been drawn across the sky. The forest still refused to make noise. No wind, no animals. Not even the distant rush that usually lives in your ears when everything else goes quiet. I tried moving again, slowly, deliberately. One step toward the door. Overhead something adjusted. Not a step, a slide. The ceiling gave a faint, almost imperceptible groan, like wood flexing under a weight it wasn't designed to hold. I stopped. It stopped. My mouth tasted metallic. I swallowed and felt it drag. I needed to do something that broke the pattern, something that didn't involve moving across the room. My eyes landed on the logbook. Writing had helped earlier. I slid into the chair as carefully as I could. Above me, the pressure remained unchanged. The pen shook slightly in my hand. I wrote anyway. The words came out blunt, stripped of qualifiers. Noise continues. Responsive. Pressure on ceiling. I paused, then added, no visible source. The page absorbed the ink greedily. When I finished the line, I felt exposed, like I'd admitted something out loud that shouldn't have been named. A faint sound drifted down, so quiet I almost missed it. Not a footstep, not a knock, a breath. It wasn't warm or wet or close enough to feel on my skin. It was just sound, controlled and measured. Like someone breathing through their nose to avoid being heard. I held my own breath without meaning to. The sound above me continued anyway. Unbothered, steady. The realization settled slowly and thoroughly. It didn't need to match me anymore. It already knew where I was. The light outside shifted almost imperceptibly. The black between the trees softened into a deeper gray. Pre-dawn. Though dawn still felt impossibly far away. I focused on that change, clung to it. Morning meant people. Morning meant explanation. Morning meant this would end. The breathing above me stopped. The footsteps returned, but they were different now. Heavier. Closer together. They moved from the cot toward the center of the ceiling, then toward the ladder. I stood again, my chair scraping despite my effort to keep it quiet. The steps paused directly above the hatch. The bolt rattled once. Just a test. The sound was unmistakable. Metal against metal. I backed away until my shoulders brushed the window. Cold glass pressed through my jacket. My reflection stared back at me, pale and wide-eyed, superimposed over the forest outside. The bolt rattled again, harder this time, then stopped. Whatever was up there didn't try to force it. It didn't need to. The footsteps moved away from the hatch and circled the room again, slower than before, as if inspecting. Each pass made the ceiling creak softly. Dust drifted down in thin streams, catching the growing gray light. The smell thickened, damp and closed, in like a place that hadn't been opened in years. I realized then that the pressure I'd felt wasn't just weight. It was distribution. Whatever it was had learned the room. Where the supports were. Where the ceiling would give the least resistance. The thought made my knees feel weak. The radio crackled once more. Sharp and sudden. I lunged for it without thinking. This time, there was a voice beneath the static. It didn't speak words. It mimicked the sound of breathing. I dropped the handset as if it burned. The radio went silent immediately. Above me, the footsteps accelerated, crossing back and forth, faster than before, overlapping again. The ceiling bowed, just slightly, enough that I could see the panel seams flex. I shouted without planning to. It was just noise, meaningless, a reflexive burst of sound. The moment it left my mouth, everything stopped. The footsteps. The breathing. Even the faint hum of the tower seemed to cut out. The silence that followed was total. Then the pressure lifted. Not all at once. Gradually. Like someone pushing themselves up from a lying position. The ceiling panels creaked as the weight redistributed, then lightened. I watched, hardly blinking, as the subtle shadow above me thinned and disappeared entirely. The footsteps moved toward the edge of the ceiling, toward the north side, toward the forest. I stood frozen as they crossed the last stretch overhead. When they reached the far edge, there was a final sound I hadn't heard before. A soft scrape like fabric brushing past wood, followed by nothing at all. The forest exhaled. Sound rushed back in, not all at once but in layers. Wind through branches. A distant bird calling uncertainly. The faint hiss of my own blood in my ears. The tower creaked as it settled, returning to familiar noises. I didn't move for a long time. When I finally did, it was because the light outside had shifted again, pale and undeniable. Morning was coming. I climbed the ladder one last time and opened the hatch. Cold air spilled in, clean and sharp. washing the smell away almost instantly. The roof was empty. The shingles were undisturbed. Frost glittered along the edges where nothing had stepped. I stood there until the sun broke the horizon, staining the treetops gold. The forest looked ordinary again. Harmless even. I didn't sleep when my shift ended. I wrote everything down while it was still fresh, while the ceiling was still just a ceiling. When the relief crew arrived, I didn't try to explain. I just told them the tower needed inspection. I told them the roof bore more weight than it should. They laughed, politely, and started their checks. I left without looking back. Even now, in places with real ceilings and people above and below me, I catch myself listening at night, measuring footsteps, counting rooms, making sure the space over my head is exactly what it's supposed to be. Because I know how it sounds when something learns. A place well enough to believe it belongs there. My name is Ethan Brooks, and I've worked alone in this fire lookout long enough to know what belongs in the forest below me and what absolutely does not. The tower sits on a bald granite ridge high enough that the trees thin out into black needles against the sky. On clear nights I can see almost everything. Logging roads like pale scars, dry riverbeds, and, if the air behaves, my own cabin tucked into a shallow bowl of trees, nearly 3 miles downslope. I built that cabin myself 2 summers ago, before taking this seasonal contract. 1 room, propane stove, battery lanterns. No grid power, no timers, no surprises. That's what I believed. The night started quietly, the way most of them do. Windless, cool. The kind of silence that presses against your ears until you notice your own breathing too much. I logged the weather at dusk, shut the trapdoor, and set my coffee to warm on the small burner near the window. The smell of stale grounds mixed with pine, resin drifting in through a cracked pane. Somewhere far below, a night bird called once, then stopped, as if it had changed its mind. By 9, the forest had flattened into a single dark mass. No moon yet. Just stars scattered thinly, like they were rationing themselves. I rotated the Osborne fire finder out of habit, scanning for smoke that wouldn't come. I wasn't tired, exactly. More like alert in a way that had nowhere to go. That's when I noticed the light. At first, I thought it was a reflection. The glass in the west-facing window sometimes catches distant towns, bends them into strange angles. I leaned closer, squinted, shifted my head until the glare disappeared. The light didn't move. It stayed fixed in the same hollow of trees I knew by heart. My cabin. I stood there longer than I want to admit, waiting for a rational explanation to arrive on its own. A hiker's headlamp. A ranger truck. Someone lost who had wandered into the wrong drainage and found shelter. But the light wasn't moving. It wasn't swinging or bobbing. It was steady, warm, and rectangular, exactly the shape of my cabin window. I checked my watch, 9:17 p.m. I hadn't been down there since early afternoon. I remembered locking the door, checking the latch twice like I always do. The cabin doesn't have exterior lights, no solar panels, no wiring hidden in the walls. Just a lantern I carry with me and a backup stored under the sink. I turned off the tower's interior light. The room went dark except for the stars and that single glow below. With the glass no longer reflecting anything behind me, there was no denying it. Someone was inside my cabin. The radio sat on the desk silent. I picked up the handset and listened to the static for a few seconds before setting it down again. Calling it in felt premature. Embarrassing, even. I imagined the questions they'd ask. Are you sure it's your cabin? Are you sure it wasn't there before? Are you feeling all right up there? Instead, I wrote it down in the logbook. Time, weather, observation. The pen felt too loud on the paper. The longer I watched, the more details emerged. The light brightened slightly, then dimmed, as if someone had shifted position inside. A shadow crossed once, slow and soft-edged, not sharp like a person walking past a window, more like someone leaning or standing close to the wall. My mouth tasted metallic. I realized I'd been holding my breath again. I stepped outside onto the catwalk. The metal was cold through my boots. The forest carried sound differently at night, bending it upward in strange ways. I half expected to hear voices drifting up, or the slam of my cabin door. There was nothing. Just the faint tick of the tower cooling, and the distant hiss of wind far below, moving through layers I couldn't see. I thought about hiking down there. The idea formed fully before I rejected it. 3 miles of switchbacks in the dark, no moon, uneven ground. Protocol says you don't leave the tower at night unless there's a fire or a medical emergency. Someone in your cabin probably qualifies as the second, but the forest between here and there would eat me alive if I rushed it. I told myself to wait, to observe, to gather more information. The light stayed on. At 90:43, another light appeared. Smaller, brief, then gone. Like a flashlight pointed at the wall and turned away. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, the beginning of a headache that had nothing to do with fatigue. I tried the radio again. This time I keyed the mic and asked for a check in. My voice sounded thin in the empty room. The response came back normal, bored even. Dispatcher asked if everything was okay. I said yes. I didn't mention the cabin. I don't know why. By 10, the air had cooled enough that my breath fogged the glass. The smell of pine sharpened. Somewhere close to the tower, something brushed against the ladder supports, just once, then moved on. A deer, probably. Or something smaller. I didn't look down. I kept looking at the cabin. At 10:12, the light turned off. The darkness that replaced it felt heavier than before, like something had been removed instead of restored. I waited for it to come back on. Counted seconds. Minutes. Nothing. Relief came late and incomplete. I told myself whoever it was had left. Realized their mistake. Wandered back out into the forest, with a sheepish story to tell in the morning. Then, slowly, another light appeared. This one wasn't inside the cabin. It was behind it. A narrow beam cut through the trees, steady and deliberate, sweeping the ground as if searching for something. It moved uphill. Not on a trail. Straight toward the ridge. Straight toward me. I backed away from the window, my heel catching on the edge of the rug. The tower creaked softly, a sound I knew well enough to recognize as normal. That didn't help. The beam paused, then angled up. For the first time that night, I was certain of one thing. Whoever was down there knew exactly where I was. I stepped back from the glass until my calves touched the desk, keeping my eyes on the slope below through the reflectionless dark. The beam held steady for a few seconds, angled just beneath the tower, then drifted sideways and vanished behind a fold in the terrain. It didn't flicker. It didn't hurry. Whoever held it wasn't lost. I waited for the radio to crackle, for my name to come through from dispatch, for anything normal to interrupt the moment. Nothing did. The tower felt smaller with every second, like the walls were leaning in to listen. I forced myself to breathe slow and quiet. Panic would only make me stupid. I killed the burner, capped the coffee, and slid the chair away from the window so it wouldn't silhouette me. The smell of gas lingered faintly, mixing with cold air and old wood. Somewhere inside the tower, a loose nail popped as the temperature dropped. I flinched anyway. The beam reappeared lower on the slope, moving laterally now, sweeping back and forth in clean, practiced arcs. It stopped near a cluster of deadfall, then tilted up again. This time it caught the catwalk rail and flashed white for a split second before snapping down. I crouched. Whoever that was had line of sight. My phone had no service up here, but I checked it anyway. 10:29 p.m. battery half full. I opened the camera app and zoomed until the image turned to grain. The light bloomed and collapsed with each movement, revealing nothing about the person holding it. No silhouette, no reflective vest. Just a hand-sized star moving with intent. The rational part of my brain lined up possibilities and knocked them down one by one. Search and rescue teams announce themselves. Rangers call ahead. Poachers don't hike uphill toward a staff tower. Hikers don't break into cabins, then leave. Then return to stalk the ridge in silence. The beam cut out again. Darkness poured back into the bowl like water. I stayed crouched, counting my breaths, listening. Sound travels upward at night, but the forest below was dead quiet. No footfalls, no voices, no clatter of gear. Just the faint, faraway hiss of wind moving through higher branches I couldn't see. At 10:41, the cabin light came back on. It was brighter than before, like someone had turned the lantern higher. The window glowed warm and familiar, a wrong comfort. A shadow crossed it again, closer this time, and lingered. The outline suggested a shoulder, maybe a head. It didn't resolve cleanly enough to be sure. My hands shook. I pressed them flat against the floor until the tremor eased. I tried the radio a third time, keeping my voice low. I asked for a routine check, said I was seeing unusual activity downslope, and wanted confirmation of any authorized personnel in the area. The dispatcher hesitated, the kind of pause that stretches longer than it should. Then she said no. No crews. No late hikers logged. Weather too calm for emergency movement. She asked if I wanted to escalate. I said not yet. I don't know why I said that. Maybe I was afraid of what escalation would mean. Paperwork. Questions. The quiet assumption that I'd imagined something. Or worse. That whatever was down there would hear the radio chatter, echoing through the trees, and decide to hurry. The cabin light flicked once, then went steady again. The shadow disappeared. 11:02, I heard the first sound. It wasn't close. It wasn't loud. It was the unmistakable crunch of boots on gravel, carried up the slope in brief, broken pieces. Step. Pause. Step. Each one carefully placed. Each pause long enough to listen. They were on the service road now. I crawled to the ladder hatch and eased it open an inch. Cold air spilled in, sharp enough to sting. I leaned over and peered down through the metal rungs. The beam flared briefly against the tower legs, then snapped off. The darkness below felt intentional, like someone had pressed their face against the shadows. A voice floated up, not calling out, not shouting. Just a low murmur, almost lost to the wind. I couldn't make out words, only the cadence of speech directed at no one else. It stopped when I froze. Silence followed, thick and complete. Minutes passed. My thighs burned from holding still. The forest refused to give anything back. Then the ladder creaked. Just a little. The kind of sound it makes when weight settles onto the bottom rung. I closed the hatch as quietly as I could and slid the deadbolt into place. The metal click sounded obscene in the quiet. I backed away, heart hammering, every sense narrowed to the expectation of the next sound. The ladder creaked again. Higher this time. I pictured the cabin below, empty or occupied, and couldn't reconcile either option with what was happening now. Whoever this was hadn't rushed. They hadn't tried to talk. They hadn't announced themselves. They were taking the long way up, rung by rung, as if the night itself might notice sudden movements. I edged toward the window opposite the ladder, careful to keep low. The slope on that side fell away steeply, the trees packed tight. No lights, no movement, just the idea of distance and nowhere to go. Another creak. Closer, the radio crackled once unprompted. Static surged, then died. I didn't touch it. I didn't breathe. A shape passed beneath the window, too close to resolve. I saw the top of a head for a fraction of a second, hair catching starlight, then nothing. The ladder groaned under shifting weight. The sound of breath followed, controlled and unhurried. I pressed my back against the far wall and slid down, until I was sitting on the floor. The tower swayed almost imperceptibly, responding to the added mass. Wood complained softly. From somewhere below, a hand tapped the metal. Once. Then again. Not testing. Not knocking. Counting, the tapping stopped after the second count. Silence rushed in to fill the space it left. So complete it made my ears ring. I stayed on the floor, back pressed to the wall, knees pulled tight to my chest. Every instinct screamed to move. To do something. But there was nowhere to go that wouldn't announce itself. The ladder didn't move for a long time. Long enough that my breathing slowed against my will. Long enough that my muscles began to ache from holding tension instead of position. I told myself the person below might have stopped. Might have decided this wasn't worth it. Might already be climbing back down. Then weight shifted. The tower answered with a low, familiar groan, the sound of wood and bolts accepting load. I felt it through my spine before I heard it, a subtle change in balance, like standing on a dock when someone steps aboard. I closed my eyes and counted the sounds. One rung pause. Another. The rhythm was steady, patient. Whoever was climbing knew exactly how much noise they could afford to make. No gear clanked. No fabric brushed metal. Just breath and controlled movement. I reached for the radio without looking and wrapped my fingers around it, careful not to bump the desk. My thumb hovered over the transmit button. I imagined pressing it, imagined my voice cutting through the night, imagined the sound carrying straight down the ladder. The ladder creaked again. Closer. I didn't press it. The hatch rattled softly, metal against metal, as if tested with fingertips. The deadbolt held. There was no frustration in the sound, no sudden force. Just a quiet assessment. The rattling stopped, replaced by something worse. A slow exhale. It came through the seams of the hatch. Warm enough that I could smell it. Not rot. Not alcohol. Just the unmistakable human scent of breath and skin that had been outside for hours. Cold air carried it upward and spread it thin across the room. I slid my phone out of my pocket and checked the time again. 11:38 p.m. The screen felt blindingly bright even on its lowest setting. I turned it face down and focused on the floorboards in front of me, memorizing their scratches and stains so I wouldn't have to imagine what was happening inches away beneath my feet. The exhale came again, followed by a soft sound I didn't recognize at first. It took a moment to understand it was humming. Not a tune. Just a single, low note. Held and released, then held again. It vibrated faintly through the hatch, through the bones of the tower. I clamped a hand over my mouth. The humming stopped. I heard a shift of weight, then the soft scrape of something dragged lightly across metal. Fingernails, maybe. Or a piece of gear deliberately brushed along the surface. The sound moved in a small circle, mapping the hatch from below. Then came the voice. It wasn't raised. It wasn't directed upward. It was spoken at a normal volume, as if the person expected me to hear regardless. The words were clear enough to understand, calm enough to be conversational. You left the light on. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard sparks bloomed behind them. The voice hadn't echoed. It hadn't carried. It sounded close, intimate, like someone standing just on the other side of a door. I turned it off. The voice continued, thoughtful. Then you turned yours off. So I turned it back on. There was no accusation in the words, just observation. The hatch shifted again. Heavier this time, as if a shoulder leaned against it. The deadbolt held, but the tower answered with a long, low creak that made my stomach drop. You can see everything from up there, the voice said. But not this. Something pressed flat against the underside of the hatch. Not a hand, not fingers. Too broad. The metal bowed slightly, just enough that the latch clicked in protest. I tasted copper. The pressure eased. Footsteps retreated down one rung, then another. I listened, heart pounding, unable to tell if this was retreat or repositioning. A light flared suddenly through the seams of the floorboards. My cabin lantern. The beam angled up through the gaps, cutting thin blades of yellow across the walls. It swept once, twice, slow and deliberate. I realized then that whoever was down there wasn't just beneath me. They were inside the tower's shadow, standing where I couldn't see, using my own light to trace the shape of the room. The beam paused beneath my feet. I didn't move. I couldn't. The light snapped off. Darkness slammed back into place, thicker than before. The ladder creaked again, this time downward. One rung. Another. Faster now. But still controlled. The weight lifted from the tower, leaving it swaying faintly, confused by the sudden absence. I stayed where I was until my legs went numb. Minutes passed. Then more. I waited for the cabin light to come back on. It didn't. I waited for footsteps on the service road. Nothing. The forest held its breath. At 12:21 a.m. the radio crackled. Dispatch checked in, asked if I was all right. I heard myself say yes. My voice sounded wrong, like it belonged to someone else. She asked if I was sure. I said yes again. When the transmission ended, the silence returned, but it felt different now. Not empty. Settled. I didn't look out the windows for the rest of the night. I sat against the wall and watched the stars fade, as the sky lightened imperceptibly. When dawn finally broke, it felt like permission rather than relief. At first light, I climbed down. The ladder was cold and dry. No marks. No scratches. No sign anyone had touched it. The service road below was empty, gravel undisturbed. My cabin sat quiet in its bowl of trees, dark and closed. The door was locked. Inside, nothing was missing. Nothing disturbed. The lantern sat on the table, turned off. Cool to the touch, I reported the incident later that morning. Wrote it carefully, precisely. The response was polite, measured, inconclusive. Stress. Fatigue. Isolation. I didn't argue. I finished out my rotation. I don't work nights in towers anymore. Sometimes, though, when I'm awake past midnight, I think about how easily the light traveled uphill, how clearly it reached me. And I wonder how long someone had been watching, from below, before they decided it was their turn to be seen. My name is Connor Wells, and I didn't expect the night to feel this crowded. I'd been alone in the tower since before sunset, the kind of shift that stretches longer than it should because nothing breaks it up. No radio chatter. No wind strong enough to move the trees. Just the slow ticking of the wall clock and the faint electrical hum from the backup battery beneath the desk. The forest below was already dark when I finished my last log entry, not black exactly, but layered, tree lines overlapping into each other until depth stopped meaning anything. The job was simple. Watch for fires. Log weather changes. Stay awake. I made coffee that tasted burned no matter how much creamer I added, then stepped out onto the catwalk to cool off. The metal was cold through my boots. The air smelled like pine sap and damp soil, sharp enough to clear my head. Somewhere far off, something small moved through brush. I listened until it stopped, then listened longer, waiting for it to start again. It didn't. That was when I saw the light. At first I thought it was a star caught between branches, low and oddly bright. I leaned forward, gripping the railing, and followed it with my eyes until the angle changed. The light moved. Not much. Just enough to break the illusion. It hovered above the tree line several miles out, steady and pale, not flickering like a campfire or flashing like a vehicle. Relief hit me harder than it should have. Another person meant another set of eyes. Another radio. Proof that the world still existed, beyond the ring of forest around my tower. I raised my flashlight without thinking, and swept the beam across the trees below, then up toward the light. I didn't expect a response. I just needed to do something with the feeling in my chest. The distant light shifted. Not away. Not closer. It moved sideways, tracing the arc of my flashlight beam, as if it were tethered to it. I froze, arms still raised, the beam cutting a white line through the darkness. The light out there stopped when I stopped, perfectly still again. My shoulder burned from holding the position, but I didn't lower the flashlight. I counted breaths instead. 1, 2, 3. I angled the beam down toward the treetops. The light dipped with it. A chill crept up my back, slow and deliberate. I told myself it was coincidence. Perspective. Someone hiking with a headlamp, adjusting their footing. That explanation felt thin, but it was something. I lowered the flashlight completely and stepped back from the railing. The light stayed where it was. I laughed, short and quiet. More air than sound. My pulse was loud in my ears. I went back inside and shut the door, sealing myself in with the smell of old wood and metal. The tower creaked as it settled, a familiar sound that usually comforted me. Tonight it felt like the structure was adjusting around me, paying attention. I sat at the desk and pretended to update the log. My handwriting was uneven. I kept glancing at the window without meaning to. The light was still there, unblinking, patient. After a while I stood and crossed to the opposite window, the one facing south. I told myself I wanted to check the weather flowing in from that direction. The moment I looked out, my stomach dropped. The light was visible there too. Not the same one, I thought immediately. It had to be another. But it was identical in color and intensity, positioned at the same relative height above the trees. When I shifted my weight, leaning left, it slid left with me. When I leaned right, it followed. I stepped back from the window. The light stayed centered. The air in the tower felt heavier, like pressure before a storm. My ears popped faintly. I swallowed and forced myself to breathe through my nose. The smell of coffee had turned sour. I moved slowly now, deliberately, like sudden motion might provoke something. I crossed the room to the north, facing window. The light was there. West window. There too. Always distant. Always aligned. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the light was still visible through my eyelids, a pale glow seeping through skin and bone. I rubbed my eyes hard until spots burst behind them. When my vision cleared, the light remained unchanged. I told myself to test it. Panic feeds on uncertainty. I needed data. I crouched, lowering my line of sight. The light sank with me. I stood on my toes. It rose. I took a step backward. It retreated the same distance, always maintaining that impossible spacing, like it occupied a fixed point relative to me rather than the world. My throat felt dry. I reached for the radio, fingers fumbling with the switch. "Tower 3 to any station?" I said, keeping my voice steady. "Do you have eyes on a light source in sector?" I stopped. I didn't know how to finish the sentence. "In the distance," I added lamely. Static answered. Not even the courtesy of interference. I clicked the radio off and leaned my forehead against the cool glass. Outside, the forest was silent in a way that pressed inward. No insects. No wind. Even the distant river I could usually hear at night was gone. I realized then that the light wasn't casting any illumination on the trees around it. No halo. No reflection. It existed as a point, isolated, like a thought you can't shake. Slowly, carefully, I raised my hand and waved. The light waved back. Not immediately. There was a delay, just long enough to make my skin crawl. Then it traced the same arc, the same hesitant motion, as if learning the gesture as it went. I dropped my arm. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. The rational part of my mind was shrinking, crowded out by something colder and more precise. Whatever was out there wasn't just moving with me. It was watching how I moved, studying. I backed away from the windows and stood in the center of the room, surrounded by glass. The light ringed me now, visible from every angle. No matter where I turned, it was directly ahead, always at that same impossible distance. The tower creaked again, louder this time. Somewhere below, wood shifted against wood. I held my breath, listening, waiting for footsteps that didn't come. The light pulsed once, just once. And for the first time since I'd seen it, it moved closer. The light's movement was subtle enough that I almost convinced myself it hadn't happened. Almost. The distance between it and the tree line compressed by a fraction, like a step taken carefully on loose ground. My stomach tightened. A physical response before my thoughts could catch up. I checked the windows again, turning in a slow circle. The light stayed centered every time. Closer now, brighter by a degree that made my eyes strain. I told myself to breathe. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. The tower smelled stale, like dust warmed by old wiring. Somewhere inside the walls, the battery hummed, steady and indifferent. I went back to the desk and forced my hands to move, opening the logbook to the next blank page. Writing usually grounded me. Dates, numbers, observations, things that existed whether I wanted them to or not. I wrote the time and stopped, pen hovering. My reflection stared back at me from the window, above the desk, pale and warped by the glass. The light hovered over my shoulder in the reflection, exactly where it would be if it were standing behind me. I snapped the book shut. The radio crackled faintly without being touched. Just a whisper of static, then silence again. I didn't turn it on. I didn't trust my voice to sound normal if I did. I needed to confirm something. I slipped on my jacket and stepped back out onto the catwalk. The night air hit me hard, cold and damp. The forest below was a black mass now. No texture, no depth. The light hung above it like a pin pressed into velvet. I walked left along the railing. The metal vibrated softly under my boots. The light slid left with me, perfectly synchronized. I stopped abruptly. It stopped too. No lag this time. That detail lodged somewhere deep in my chest. I leaned over the railing and spat. I watched the spit fall, catching the faint glow from the tower lights before vanishing into darkness. The light did nothing. It didn't follow the motion downward. It stayed fixed on me, as if vertical movement didn't interest it. A sound drifted up from the trees. Not a voice. Not quite. More like the echo of movement through branches that hadn't actually moved. I held still, listening. The sound faded, leaving behind a pressure in my ears, like descending too quickly in an elevator. I went back inside and locked the door. The click of the bolt was louder than it should have been. The windows felt closer now, their presence pressing in from all sides. The light was brighter still, its edges sharper, more defined. It wasn't illuminating the room, but it felt like it was occupying it anyway. I tried something else. I turned off the interior lights. The tower fell into shadow, lit only by the pale square of the moon through the skylight. For a split second, the light outside vanished. Relief flared, quick and reckless. Then it came back on. It didn't just return, it adjusted. Its brightness matched the ambient light inside the tower, as if compensating. My throat tightened. I reached out and switched the lights back on. The tower brightened. The light outside dimmed in response, maintaining that same unsettling balance. I pressed my palms against the window glass. It was cold, colder than the air should have made it. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. The light hovered, unwavering. Now close enough that I could see a faint distortion around it, like heat haze without the heat. I wondered how far it could come. The thought arrived fully formed, uninvited. I didn't like that it felt like a question meant to be answered. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight. The sound was a metronome marking something I didn't want to keep time with. I realized then that I hadn't heard a single animal since the light appeared. No owls. No insects. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. I stepped away from the window and sat on the floor, back against the desk. From there, I could see the light through the gap beneath the desk, framed by my boots. It was still centered. Always centered. I closed my eyes again, longer this time. When I opened them, the light had changed. It wasn't closer in the way distance usually works. It felt closer. Present. The way someone feels when they're standing just outside a closed door. I became aware of details I hadn't noticed before. A faint smell of ozone, sharp and clean, cutting through the stale air. A pressure behind my eyes. A low-frequency vibration that I felt more than heard, resonating in my chest. I stood up slowly, joints stiff. The light rose with me. I took a step forward. It retreated, maintaining the gap. I took another step. Same result. The realization settled in with a sickening clarity. It wasn't approaching me. It was maintaining a distance I didn't control. The radio crackled again, louder this time. A burst of static spilled out, then a faint tone, like feedback caught in a loop. I lunged for it and turned the knob. "Any station," I said, the words coming out hoarse. "This is Tower 3. I stopped. The light pulsed once in time with the radio's tone. The sound died. I stared at the radio, then at the light. My hands shook now. Too much to hide. I clenched them into fists until my nails bit into my palms. The tower shifted beneath me. A slow, deliberate creak. Different from the settling noises I knew by heart. It sounded like weight being redistributed. I thought of the stairs, spiraling down the center of the structure, disappearing into darkness. I didn't want to look down. The light flickered. Not off, just momentarily unstable. For the first time since this started, it broke its perfect alignment. It drifted a few inches to the right, then corrected itself, snapping back into place with unnerving precision. I felt a wave of something like disappointment roll through me, cold and heavy. The sensation wasn't mine. I backed toward the stairs despite myself, every instinct screaming that movement was the wrong choice. The light followed, keeping that same measured distance, adjusting its position so it was always directly ahead of me. I reached the top step and stopped. The stairwell yawned below, a column of darkness swallowing the faint glow from above. I could smell damp wood rising from it, the scent stronger than it should have been. The light hovered at the threshold of the tower windows, as if waiting. I took one step down. The light didn't follow. Instead, it split, not into two separate lights, but into a stretched reflection of itself, elongated vertically, as if mirroring the shape of the stairwell. The air grew heavier, pressing down on my shoulders. The low vibration intensified, settling into my bones. I froze on the step, heart pounding, staring at the distorted glow, filling the windows above. Somewhere below me, in the dark of the stairwell, something shifted its weight, and the light, for the first time all night, wasn't watching my face anymore. The darkness below the stairs felt occupied. Not filled. Occupied. Like a room someone had stepped into and closed the door behind them. I stood there with one foot on the top step, hand gripping the railing hard enough that the cold bit into my palm. The light above had stretched itself thin across the windows, a vertical smear that pulsed faintly, out of rhythm with my breathing. I listened. The low vibration I'd felt earlier was clearer now, resolving into something closer to pressure than sound. It pressed up from below, slow and deliberate, as if the air itself were being displaced one careful inch at a time. I stepped back onto the landing. The pressure eased immediately, not gone, but reduced, like a warning withdrawn. The elongated light snapped back into its familiar shape outside, perfectly round again, perfectly centered on me. I swallowed, my throat dry enough to hurt. I understood then, not fully, but enough to know what the rules were starting to look like. As long as I stayed where I was, it would stay where it was. The clock ticked on. I didn't check the time. I didn't want to attach numbers to this part of the night. The tower smelled different now. Cleaner somehow. That sharp ozone edge stronger, mixing with damp wood rising from the stairwell. My ears rang softly. A high, pitched whine that made it hard to focus. I dragged a chair away from the desk and wedged it against the top of the stairs. It felt ridiculous even as I did it. The chair was light, flimsy. Whatever weight I'd heard below wouldn't be slowed by it. Still, doing nothing felt worse. The light outside pulsed once, dimmer this time, like a slow blink. I flinched despite myself. The reflection in the glass showed my face drawn tight, eyes too wide. The light hovered where my eyes should have been in the reflection, erasing them. I moved away from the windows and sat on the floor again, back against the wall this time. The tower creaked faintly as the temperature shifted. Somewhere, far off, wind moved through the upper branches, just enough to remind me the forest hadn't ceased to exist entirely. The sound didn't reach all the way up to me. It died halfway, swallowed by the stillness. Minutes passed, maybe more. The pressure ebbed and flowed. Subtle enough that I might have imagined it, if everything else hadn't been so wrong. The light held its distance, unchanging, patient. I started to think about dawn. About the way the first gray light usually seeped into the tower, flattening shadows and making the forest look harmless again. The thought was a thin lifeline, but I clung to it. Then the light moved. Not closer, not farther. It lowered, just slightly, dipping toward the tree line. My breath caught. I waited for it to stop mirroring me, to reveal some independence, some mistake. It didn't stop. It wasn't reacting to me anymore. It was doing something else. The realization crawled through me, slow and nauseating. I hadn't moved. I was still. The light's change meant it had shifted its attention away from tracking my position and toward something fixed. Toward the base of the tower. The pressure surged again, stronger this time, rising through the floorboards. The chair I'd wedged against the stairs rattled softly, vibrating against the wood. I pressed myself flat against the wall, every muscle tense, listening for footsteps. None came. Instead, there was a dragging sound, faint but unmistakable, like something being repositioned with care. The light outside dipped again. I couldn't stop myself from crawling toward the window. I kept low, staying beneath the sill, and lifted my head just enough to see out. The forest was still a featureless black, but the light hovered lower now, closer to the ground than it had been all night. For the first time, I could see a faint interaction between it and the trees. A subtle change in darkness where branches interrupted it. It wasn't floating anymore. It was aligning. The radio crackled sharply, loud enough to make me gasp. I scrambled for it, fingers slipping on the knob. Tower 3. I said, the words tumbling out. If anyone is receiving this, I need. Static swallowed the rest. Through it, beneath it, there was another sound. Not a voice. A rhythm. The same low vibration I'd been feeling, translated into noise. I shut the radio off and hugged it to my chest like that could keep the sound from getting out. The chair at the top of the stairs shifted an inch. I stared at it, heart hammering. The movement was precise, controlled. Not a stumble. Not an accident. The chair slid again, just enough to clear space. The pressure was overwhelming now, pushing against my ears, my eyes, my lungs. Breathing felt like work. The smell of ozone was sharp enough to sting. The light outside flared briefly, brighter than it had been at any point before, then settled. In that brief flare, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A second, dimmer point of light near the ground, directly beneath the first. A reflection. Not in water, not on metal, on something upright. I pulled back from the window, bile rising in my throat. The rules were clearer now. The light wasn't alone. It had never been. It was a marker, a reference point, maintaining a relationship between me and whatever was moving below. The stairs creaked softly. I pressed my hands over my mouth to keep from making a sound. The chair slid fully aside, wood scraping against wood. The dragging sound followed. Closer now, resolving into a series of careful adjustments, like someone testing their footing in the dark. The light outside rose slightly, correcting itself, staying centered on me even now. I didn't know what would happen if it reached the top of the stairs. I didn't want to find out. I crawled toward the door instead, every movement slow, controlled, terrified of breaking whatever fragile balance still existed. The light tracked me, sliding across the windows, maintaining that impossible distance. My hand closed around the door handle. The pressure peaked. Below me, something shifted its weight fully onto the next step. The tower responded with a deep, structural groan, the kind that speaks of load, bearing beams and stress. I yanked the door open and stumbled onto the catwalk. The night air hit me like a shock. The forest was still dark, still silent. The light hovered ahead of me, unchanged, unwavering. Behind me, from inside the tower, came the softest sound of all. A pause, as if whatever had been climbing had stopped to listen. I didn't look back. I moved along the catwalk, slow and steady, eyes locked on the light. It matched me perfectly, step for step, keeping that measured distance. Somewhere far off, the horizon lightened just a fraction, the barest hint that night couldn't last forever. The light adjusted its brightness to match. And for the first time since it appeared, I understood that dawn wasn't something it was waiting for. It was something it intended to follow. My name is Adam Fletcher, and I didn't expect to recognize my own handwriting in a guest log that hasn't been used in decades. I'm saying this now because I need to anchor myself to something solid, something factual. Names help with that. Dates help too. Tonight is October 17th. I know that because I checked my watch 3 times after sunset, and once more when the temperature drew enough that my breath started to fog the inside of the glass. I'm alone in a fire lookout tower that sits on a ridgeline deep inside a national forest. No road access, no cell signal. Just a narrow service trail that switchbacks up the mountain and disappears into trees thick enough to swallow sound. I've been stationed here for 6 weeks, rotating in while another lookout recovers from surgery. The job is simple. Watch for smoke, log weather conditions, radio in twice a night, sleep in short stretches between checks. Nothing about the assignment was unusual. Old tower, quiet sector, minimal activity. That kind of placement usually means boredom more than danger. The guest log is kept in a shallow drawer beneath the radio desk. I didn't even know it existed until tonight. It was after midnight when I found it. I remember that because the radio check-in had just finished. The dispatcher's voice faded into static, and the tower settled into that deep, padded silence that only happens when wind drops completely. Even the trees stopped moving. When forests go quiet like that, it feels less like calm and more like pressure, like the air is waiting for something to disturb it. I stood up to stretch and bumped my knee against the desk. The drawer slid open an inch. I hadn't opened it before. I would have remembered. Inside were spare pencils, an outdated topographic map, and a leather-bound notebook with a cracked spine and a faded Parks Department stamp pressed into the cover. The paper smelled old, dusty, slightly sweet like dried leaves. The first few pages were blank. Then names started appearing. Dates from the 1970s, the 80s. Occasional notes. Clear skies. High winds after midnight. Heard something moving downslope. Most of it was mundane. The handwriting changed every few entries. Looping cursive giving way to block letters. Then back again. I flipped through without much interest at first. It felt like touching history. Proof that other people had sat in this same chair. stared out the same windows, and listened to the same quiet. Then I turned a page and stopped. The handwriting was mine. Not similar. Not close. It was unmistakably mine. The way I cross my t's low. The slight upward tilt at the end of sentences. Even the pressure marks where the pen bit too hard into the paper. The name written at the top of the entry was Adam Fletcher. The date beside it was October 18th. Tomorrow. For a few seconds I just stared at it. The tower creaked softly, the way it does when the temperature shifts. Somewhere far below, something moved through brush, slow and deliberate. I didn't look up. I kept my eyes on the page. The entry wasn't long. A few lines. Written in black ink that hadn't faded at all. Visibility low. No wind. Smell of smoke, but no source. Can hear footsteps below the tower. They stop when I move. I didn't remember writing it because I hadn't. I checked my hands. No ink stains. My logbook, the one I actually use, was still clipped shut on the desk. I opened it. Today's date. My normal handwriting. Normal observations. Nothing like what I was holding. I flipped backward through the guest log, scanning for more entries like it. There weren't any. Just the one. Out of place. Out of time. My first thought was that someone was messing with me. A prank. Maybe the other lookout had come up here earlier and decided to screw with the replacement. But that didn't make sense. The handwriting was too accurate. And no one else should have had access to my writing samples, let alone enough familiarity to copy the subtle mistakes I make without thinking. I closed the book and slid it back into the drawer. Harder than necessary. The sound echoed too loudly in the small space. I stood there for a moment, listening. The silence pressed back. That was when I noticed the smell. Smoke. Not strong. Just a thin trace of it, like a campfire long after it's been drowned. I moved to the windows, scanning the tree line with my binoculars. Nothing, no glow. No drifting embers. The forest was a single dark mass, absorbing what little moonlight filtered through the cloud cover. I told myself it was probably residue from someone burning wood miles away. Smoke can travel strange distances in these valleys. I'd logged that before. Still, I couldn't shake the wording in the book. Smell of smoke but no source. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out wrong. Too loud, too sharp. It died quickly, swallowed by the tower. A soft noise reached me then. Faint. Rhythmic footsteps. They weren't close. Not yet. Somewhere below the tower. Maybe near the base of the stairs. Slow. Measured. Each step spaced evenly, like someone walking carefully, testing their footing. I held my breath without meaning to. The steps stopped. The silence afterward felt heavier than before, like something had leaned closer. I took one step toward the window, my boots scuffing against the wooden floor. The footsteps resumed immediately. They weren't random. They were responding. I backed away slowly, heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. The steps below stopped again. I stood perfectly still, counting seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30, nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was an animal. Deer move like that sometimes. Curious. Cautious. I've heard bears circle towers before, drawn by smells they don't understand. The rational explanations stacked neatly, each one more comfortable than the last. Still, I didn't open the drawer again. I didn't want to look at the book. I didn't want to see my name written there, waiting. At 2:00 a.m., I radioed in early. My voice sounded steady enough. I didn't mention the log. I didn't mention the footsteps. I logged clear skies, low wind, nothing unusual. After I signed off, I sat at the desk and stared at my hands, flexing my fingers, grounding myself in small movements. The tower creaked again. A cooling sound. Normal. Below me, something shifted its weight. The footsteps started once more, closer this time, slow and deliberate, stopping every time the tower made a sound, as if listening back. I didn't sleep after that. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, the silence pressed closer, as if the tower itself was holding its breath along with me. The footsteps below didn't climb the stairs. They didn't circle endlessly either. They moved in short bursts, stopping abruptly whenever the wood above creaked, or I shifted my weight. By 20:40 a.m., my nerves felt stretched thin, like wire pulled too tight. I told myself that if something was down there, I needed to confirm it. Not confront it, just confirm. Uncertainty is worse than fear. That's what they teach you in training. I grabbed my flashlight and eased the trapdoor open an inch. Cold air spilled up from below, carrying that same faint smoke smell, sharper now. Pine resin, damp earth, old ash. I shone the light straight down the ladder. The beam cut through the darkness and landed on packed dirt and scattered leaves. No boots. No animal eyes. No movement. The stairs spiraled down out of view, disappearing into black. I waited. Nothing moved. The silence felt wrong, too deliberate. I closed the trapdoor gently and locked it. The metal latch clicked into place, loud in the stillness. Almost immediately, the footsteps resumed. This time they were closer. Not on the stairs, around the base of the tower. I moved to the window and angled my light downward, careful not to sweep it wildly. The beam skimmed over tree trunks, rocks, the thick lattice of shadows cast by the tower legs. The forest swallowed most of the light, but I caught glimpses of disturbed leaves, faint tracks pressed into damp soil. Human footprints. I recognized the tread pattern before I consciously processed it. The worn heel. The shallow toe. The slight inward angle on the right foot. My boots. I pulled my foot back from the window as if someone could see it and match it. My stomach turned cold. I checked my boots anyway, sitting down hard on the edge of the cot. The soles were damp with dew. Bits of leaf stuck in the grooves. Fresh. I hadn't been outside since sunset. The radio crackled softly, a low hiss of static without a voice. I glanced at the clock. 3:00 a.m. Not scheduled. I reached for the mic, then stopped. Something about the timing felt wrong. Too neat. The static continued, rising and falling like breathing. I let go of the mic and watched the clock tick forward. The second hand felt louder than it should have, each click a small betrayal of my position. Outside, the footsteps stopped again. I stayed still. Minutes passed. The smell of smoke grew stronger. Not thick enough to trigger alarms, just enough to cling to the back of my throat. It reminded me of burned paper more than wood. That dry, acrid edge that makes your eyes sting. Against my better judgment, I opened the drawer. The guest log lay where I'd left it. I flipped to the page with my name. The ink was still dark, still crisp, but there was more writing now. Below the original lines, new words had appeared. Locked the trapdoor. That was a mistake. My pulse hammered in my ears. I scanned the rest of the page, half expecting the ink to still be wet. It wasn't. The paper was cool and dry beneath my fingers. I hadn't written that. I hadn't even thought it, not consciously. But there it was, laid out in my own careful script, like a note left by someone who knew me too well. The footsteps started again, directly beneath the center of the tower now. I could feel them through the floor, faint vibrations traveling up the wooden supports. Each step slow, patient. Testing. I backed away from the desk, every instinct screaming to put distance between myself and that book, that certainty. My shoulder brushed the wall, and the tower let out a long, low groan as the temperature dropped another degree. The footsteps stopped. I froze. Something scraped lightly against the ladder below the trapdoor. Not climbing, just touching it, feeling for it. The scrape came again, followed by a pause, then a soft exhale of breath. Human breath. I clamped a hand over my mouth, terrified of making a sound. The breath below mirrored mine, shallow and controlled, as if whoever was down there knew exactly how loud breathing could be in a quiet tower. The radio crackled again, sharper this time, a burst of static, then silence. I checked the clock. 3:17 a.m. I thought about calling it in, about breaking protocol and asking for someone, anyone, to come up the trail. But the trail was hours away even in daylight, and explaining this over the radio felt impossible. How do you report your own footsteps circling your tower? The guest log was still open on the desk. Against my will, my eyes drifted back to it. Another line had been added. Don't turn on the exterior light. My hand hovered over the switch by the door. I hadn't realized I was reaching for it. The instinct to flood the area with light, to assert control, was automatic. Seeing that warning written in my own handwriting stopped me cold. The footsteps shifted again, repositioning as if responding to my hesitation. I could map their movement in my head. The slow arc around the tower legs, the deliberate pauses beneath each support beam. Whoever it was knew the structure. A sudden pressure change swept through the tower, popping my ears. The air felt heavier, thicker, like the moments before a storm, even though the sky outside remained dark and still. The forest smelled wrong now. Not just smoke. Something metallic beneath it, faint but unmistakable. Blood. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to gag. The footsteps began to climb, one step on the ladder, then another. The wood creaked under the weight. Familiar sounds twisted into something unbearable by the knowledge of what was making them. I stepped back until my calves hit the cot. There was nowhere else to go. The guest log lay open, silent and accusing. I watched as a new sentence slowly took shape at the bottom of the page. Letter by letter, the pen strokes deepening as if pressed by a steady hand. Tomorrow, I won't knock. The ladder creaked again, closer now, and the trapdoor shuddered softly as something leaned against it. Testing the lock with careful, knowing pressure. The lock held. At least, it did at first. The pressure against the trapdoor wasn't frantic. It wasn't violent. It was measured, almost curious, as if whoever was on the ladder was learning how much force the mechanism could take without breaking. The wood flexed. The metal latch complained in a low, tired whine. I didn't move. I didn't breathe any more than I absolutely had to. My legs trembled hard enough that the cot frame rattled softly, and I had to brace my calves against it to keep the sound from carrying. Below me, the pressure eased. Then the footsteps descended again, slow and careful, rung by rung, until they reached the ground. I listened to them circle the base of the tower once more. The smell followed, drifting upward through the floorboards, thick now, unmistakable. Smoke and something darker, iron-heavy and raw. I checked the clock without looking away from the trapdoor. 3:41 a.m. Tomorrow was getting closer. The radio came alive without warning. Not static this time. A voice slipped through, distorted but clear enough to recognize. My voice. Tower 12, this is Adam Fletcher, checking in. The words were calm, professional. The exact cadence I use when I'm trying to sound steady. I stared at the radio, frozen, my hand hovering inches from the mic. The transmission continued, each word landing like a weight on my chest. Visibility low. No wind. Smell of smoke. No visible source. The radio clicked off. I didn't respond. I couldn't. The silence that followed felt enormous. Like the forest itself was listening to hear what I would do next. The guest log rustled faintly on the desk, pages shifting without a breeze. I didn't touch it. I didn't have to. I already knew there would be something new written there. Instead, I went to the window. The clouds had lowered, pressing down on the ridgeline, swallowing the stars. The moon was gone completely, erased by a blanket of moving gray. The forest below was no longer a solid mass of black. It was layered now, depth revealed in faint gradients as my eyes adjusted. Something stood beneath the tower, not directly under the ladder. A few steps back, close enough that I could make out the shape clearly once I focused. It was me. Not a reflection. Not a trick of light. A man standing in the dirt, looking up, face half lit by the dull glow leaking from the windows above. He wore my jacket, my boots. His posture was familiar in a way that made my stomach knot. The slight forward hunch. The way his hands hung loose at his sides. He didn't move. I raised my flashlight slowly, the beam shaking as it cut through the dark and landed on his face. Every detail was right. The scar near my left eyebrow. The crease at the corner of my mouth. Even the tired look in the eyes. Except those eyes weren't tracking the light. They were fixed on me, unblinking, patient. When the beam fully settled on him, he smiled. I dropped the flashlight. It clattered against the floor, the sound echoing far too loudly. The figure below tilted his head, listening. The smile widened just a fraction, as if he'd been rewarded. The guest log slammed shut behind me. I spun around. The book lay closed on the desk, spine facing me. A thin line of black ink seeped from between the pages and pooled slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. The tower creaked, protesting the sudden shift. Below, the man moved for the first time, stepping closer to the ladder. I heard his boots on the rungs, identical to the sound my own make. The same rhythm, the same weight. I couldn't stay. That thought cut through the panic with sudden clarity. Whatever was happening, whatever rule I'd already broken, staying in the tower was no longer safer than leaving it. I grabbed my keys, my radio, anything within reach, and moved for the door. The exterior light switch loomed beside it. I ignored it. The warning from the book burned in my mind. As I unlocked the door, the ladder groaned beneath a familiar weight. Adam, my voice called softly from below, not over the radio. Directly, close enough that I could hear breath behind it. I flung the door open and stepped into the cold. The air outside hit me like a wall. Damp. Heavy. The smell was overwhelming now. Smoke, blood, wet earth. The forest felt closer than it had any right to be, trees leaning inward, their branches knitting together in the darkness. The ladder was empty. I didn't wait to question it. I moved down the stairs, boots slipping on dew-slick wood, heart hammering hard enough to drown out everything else. Halfway down, I glanced back up. The tower window glowed softly. Someone stood inside, watching me descend. Me. I hit the ground hard, barely catching myself, and ran. I didn't follow the trail. I didn't think. I crashed through brush and low branches, lungs burning, legs screaming. Behind me, footsteps matched mine perfectly. Always just a step out of sync, close enough that I could feel the disturbance of air when they moved. I burst into a small clearing without realizing it, skidding to a stop. The smell was strongest here. Charred earth. Ash. In the center of the clearing stood a blackened fire ring, stones cracked and split by heat. Something lay beside it. A body. It took me a second to understand what I was seeing. The angle was wrong, the stillness too complete. When I did, my knees buckled. It was me, or what was left of me. Burned, charred. The jacket melted into the flesh beneath. The face just recognizable enough to remove all doubt. A boot crunched behind me. I turned. The other me stood at the edge of the clearing, breathing steadily, smoke curling faintly from his clothes. He looked past me down at the body, then back up, expression calm. "You were supposed to stay," he said, in my voice. The clock on my watch ticked over. October 18th. The forest went completely still. My name is Sean Mitchell, and I'm writing this while the night still has its grip on the mountain. Because if I don't get the details down now, I'm afraid I'll start convincing myself none of it happened. I've worked high, country assignments, long enough to know the rules people don't bother writing down. You don't wander after dark. You don't chase lights. And you never, under any circumstances, follow voices echoing up the mountain. They travel wrong up here. Sound bends, climbs, falls back on itself. That's what I was told when I took the post. That's what I told myself when the first call came drifting up from the trees. The tower sat just below the ridgeline. A squat square of timber and glass, the kind that smells permanently of dust, old coffee, and sun-warmed pine. By night, it was a different place. The windows went black, reflecting me back at myself when I moved too close. The wind pressed against the walls in uneven pulses. Like someone testing doors, they had no intention of opening yet. I'd killed the lantern an hour earlier to preserve the night vision, letting the moon do most of the work. The moonlight made the slopes look smooth and harmless. I knew better. The radio crackled once, then settled into silence. No storms forecast, no active fires, no expected traffic. It was supposed to be an easy night. I remember thinking that phrase was a mistake as soon as it crossed my mind. The first voice came from downslope, faint and stretched thin by distance. It wasn't a shout. It was closer to someone talking at a normal volume, carried up by the cold air. At first, I couldn't make out the words. Just the cadence. Familiar in a way that bothered me before I understood why. I leaned toward the open window, the cold air pushing in, smelling of wet stone and sap. "Hello," the voice said. I froze. The sound hit me wrong, not loud enough to demand attention, not soft enough to ignore. I waited for it to repeat, for the echo to break apart and reveal itself as something else. Wind, maybe. Or a distant camper calling to a friend. That happens sometimes, despite the rules. "Hello," it said again, closer this time, or maybe clearer. My stomach tightened when I realized the voice was mine. Not similar, not close. Identical, same flattened vowels, same slight rasp at the end of the word. Even the timing matched the way I spoke when I wasn't sure anyone was listening. I stepped back from the window, heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I told myself there were explanations. Acoustic tricks. Someone messing around with a recorder. Stress, fatigue. I checked the time. Just past midnight. The temperature had dropped fast. the kind of cold that makes your joints feel hollow. "Shun," the voice said. It used my name the way I do when I'm talking to myself. Quiet. Almost casual. I didn't answer. That part of the rulebook was clear. You don't respond. You don't confirm anything. The silence afterward felt thick, like pressure building. I could hear the tower creak as it settled, the faint ticking of metal cooling, the far-off rush of the creek cutting through the valley. The voice didn't come back right away, and for a moment, I thought that was it. A fluke. A trick of the night. Then it started moving. The sound shifted left to right, not smoothly, but in jumps. Like someone stopping and starting as they climbed. Each time it spoke, it was a little closer, the words carrying more body, more presence. "I'm on the trail," my voice said. "Can you see the light?" I scanned the slopes with binoculars, slow and methodical. The beam of my headlamp stayed off. Far below, a single point of white flickered between the trees, steady enough to be intentional. Too steady. It wasn't a campfire. It didn't waver or smoke. It just waited. "I think I took a wrong turn," the voice said. "I could use some help." My hands shook as I lowered the binoculars. The light hadn't moved. The voice hadn't sounded winded. No slipping gravel, no labored breathing. Terse words, perfectly placed, climbing the mountain without effort. I went to the logbook and wrote the time down, pressing the pen hard enough to dent the paper. Writing grounded me, made things real. The smell of ink and paper cut through the cold air. When I looked back up, the light had shifted uphill by several yards. Not gradually. It was just closer. "I can hear you up there," my voice said, and this time there was something new in it. Not panic. Not urgency. Expectation. I backed away from the windows and sat on the cot, pulling my jacket tighter. Even though it did nothing for the cold that had settled under my skin. I thought about the warnings. The stories traded in low voices at the end of the season. People who followed sounds and never came back. People found days later in places that made no sense. Shoes worn through, fingers raw. Expressions frozen somewhere between recognition and disbelief. The radio sat silent on the desk. I reached for it, then stopped. If I called down, if I answered, what exactly would I be responding to? My own voice answered me from below, patient and calm. "Shine," it said again, closer than it should have been. "You don't have to stay up there." The light flickered once, brighter now, throwing sharp shadows between the trees. I could almost map its position without looking. My body wanted to move, to stand, to step toward the stairs. The idea slid into my thoughts fully formed, reasonable, wearing my own logic. I clenched my hands together until my nails bit into my palms and stayed where I was. Outside, the wind dropped, leaving the mountain unnaturally still. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It felt crowded, like the space between breaths when you know something is about to speak. "I'll wait," my voice said, right beneath the tower now. The waiting was worse than the voice. Once it settled beneath the tower, everything else seemed to pull back, as if the mountain itself was listening. I could hear the blood in my ears, the faint scrape of wood as the structure shifted, the almost imperceptible whine of wind slipping through gaps in the boards. I stayed on the cot, knees drawn up, staring at the trapdoor that led down to the stairs. It was shut, latched. The simple metal hook looked suddenly fragile. Below me, something shifted its weight. The sound came the wood clearly now. A boot on a step. Slow, careful. Whoever it was knew the stairs. knew where they creaked and where they didn't. That knowledge felt intimate in a way I couldn't put words to. I had memorized those sounds over months. Every visitor moved differently. This one moved like me. "I'm right here," my voice said, muffled by the planks but unmistakable. "You don't have to be scared." I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to reset my breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The air smelled stale now, the scent of old wood and sweat overpowering the clean cold from outside. When I opened my eyes, the moonlight through the windows had shifted, painting the room in sharper angles. Time was moving, whether I wanted it to or not. The first knock came softly. Not a bang. Just knuckles against wood, testing. I didn't move. Another knock. Slightly firmer, exactly the way I knock, when I don't want to startle anyone. My throat tightened. There was no scraping, no fumbling for the latch, just patience. "I know you're awake," my voice said. "I can hear you breathing." I clamped a hand over my mouth, the sound of my breath suddenly too loud in my own head. The idea that it could hear me through the floor was absurd, but the certainty in the voice made my skin prickle. I stayed still long enough that my muscles began to ache. The radio crackled without warning, a burst of static that made me flinch. I scrambled to it, fingers clumsy, heart hammering. I didn't press the transmit button. I just listened. Nothing came through but the hiss. The relief was brief. Static meant the radio was awake. It also meant sound traveled. Below me, the steps creaked again, retreating this time. Not rushing. Just enough to let me know it could move away if it wanted to. "Okay," my voice said, now farther down the stairs. "I'll wait out here." It's colder than I thought. The words hit me harder than the earlier ones. They were something I would say without thinking. A throwaway line. Comforting. Familiar. The temperature had dropped again. The cold seeping up through the soles of my boots. I could imagine someone standing at the base of the tower, looking up, breath fogging. Light angled just right to catch the windows. Against my better judgment, I edged toward one of them and looked down. The beam from below cut through the trees, illuminating the lower steps and the ground beyond. The light source itself stayed just out of view, shielded by the angle. Whoever held it knew exactly where to stand. Shadows stretched long and distorted, branches clawing across the dirt. I scanned for movement, for a silhouette of anything that didn't belong. "Careful," my voice said gently. "You'll slip if you lean too far." I jerked back from the glass, heart slamming into my ribs. That did it. The calm cracked, panic flooding in behind it. I stumbled back, knocking into the desk hard enough to rattle the logbook. The sound echoed louder than it should have. There was a pause. Then a soft laugh. My laugh. "I'm not trying to trick you," the voice said. "You already know that?" I didn't. Or maybe I did, and that was the problem. The night felt compressed, like it was folding in on itself, moments stacking without space between them. I tried to think of a plan, something procedural, something grounded. Call it in. Lock down. Wait for morning. Morning felt impossibly far away. The smell changed. Damp earth and pine pushed through the cracks in the walls, carried by a breeze that hadn't been there before. The forest was closer now, or I was imagining it was. Footsteps circled the base of the tower. Slow, measured. I tracked them unconsciously, mapping their path, noting the rhythm. Each step landed where I would have placed my own foot to avoid loose stones. The familiarity was suffocating. "I can see your light," my voice said, and I realized with a jolt that the lantern inside the tower was still off. The only light up here was moonlight. The reflection in the glass. The implication made my stomach twist. I clicked the lantern on before I could stop myself. The room flooded with weak yellow light, banishing the shadows but leaving nowhere to hide. For a split second, I saw movement reflected in the window behind me, something tall and close. I spun around. There was nothing there but my own wide-eyed reflection. Below, the footsteps stopped. "That's better," my voice said. It sounded satisfied. "Now I know exactly where you are." The knock came again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of fingers brushing the latch from the outside. They didn't pull. They just rested there, testing the shape, the resistance. My legs felt bondless as I backed away, every instinct screaming at me to keep distance between myself and that door. The mountain stayed silent. No wind, no animals, no insects. The absence pressed in, making the sounds from below feel amplified, intentional. "I don't have much time," my voice said, urgency creeping in at last. "They're closer than you think." I whispered before I could stop myself. The word hung in the air between us, thin and exposed. Below me, there was a pause so complete it felt like the night itself had inhaled. Then, softly, my voice answered, "Use." The latch shifted. Not opening. Just enough to let me know it could. The word echoed in my head long after the sound itself faded. Us. It wasn't said like a threat. It wasn't said like a revelation. It was delivered the way someone states a fact they assume you already understand. The latch stayed in place, metal resting against metal, neither locked nor opened. My hand hovered uselessly at my side, fingers tingling as if they'd fallen asleep. I backed away until the cot pressed into the backs of my knees, and I sank onto it without meaning to. The lantern hummed softly, its light revealing every scratch in the floor, every old stain in the wood. There was nowhere in the room untouched by it, nowhere I could look without being seen. Below me, the steps creaked again, up one, then another, slow enough that I could count the seconds between them. Whoever was climbing wasn't in a hurry. They didn't need to be. "I told you not to follow voices," my voice said, closer now, clearer, no longer muffled by distance. It sounded almost tired. That was always the rule. I pressed my palms against my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't just reaching me through the air. It felt internal, like a memory replaying at the wrong time. The smell of damp earth was stronger now, mixed with something metallic, sharp at the back of my throat. The stairs stopped creaking. The presence settled just beneath the trapdoor. I could feel it in the way the floor seemed to tense, the way the air grew still and heavy, pressing down on my chest. "I can't stay out here much longer," my voice said. "You know what happens if I do." I shook my head, a small, useless motion. My thoughts kept circling the same point, refusing to land. If it sounded like me, moved like me, knew what I knew, then whatever was below wasn't pretending. It was continuing something. Finishing a loop I didn't remember starting. The latch scraped softly. "Don't," I said, louder this time. The word came out rough, cracked. Saying it felt like stepping off a ledge, committing to motion when stillness had been the only thing keeping me upright. The scraping stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. No footsteps. No voice. Just the faint hum of the lantern and the sound of my own breathing, ragged and too fast. I thought, foolishly, that maybe that had been enough. That asserting myself had broken whatever pattern was playing out. Then the voice came again, not from below, but from somewhere behind me. I wasn't talking to you. I twisted around, heart in my throat. The windows showed only darkness and my own reflection, pale and distorted by the glass. The voice lingered in the room anyway, close enough that I could feel it, like breath against my ear. The trapdoor opened with a quiet, decisive click. I scrambled backward, hitting the wall hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs. The door swung inward, revealing the stairwell below. Darkness pooled there, thick and absolute, swallowing the weak spill of lantern light after only a few steps. Something shifted in that darkness, just out of view. "Careful," my voice said, now coming from both directions at once. From below, from behind. "You're going to hurt yourself." I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing them open again, trying to anchor myself to what I could see. The room was the same. The cot, the desk, the logbook lying open where it had fallen, pages fluttering in a breeze I couldn't feel on my skin. The pages stopped turning on one near the back. Writing filled it. My handwriting. Tight and slanted, just like it always was when I was cold. I stared at it, dread pooling low in my stomach, and read the last line. Stayed too long again. Heard myself calling. A foot stepped onto the top stair. The lantern flickered, its hum faltering. Shadows leapt across the walls, stretching and collapsing in ways that made my eyes ache. I could hear breathing now, steady and familiar, matching mine until I couldn't tell which was which. "I didn't want it to be you this time," my voice said softly, almost apologetic. "But you answered." "I didn't," I said. I stayed. There was a pause, long enough for hope to flare, thin and fragile. "You leaned out the window," the voice replied. "That's how it starts." The foot stepped into the room. I saw it then. Just a glimpse. A boot identical to mine, worn in the same places, laces tied the same careless way. The leg above it was wrong, though. Not deformed. Just unfinished, like a reflection that hadn't fully caught up. The lantern went out. Darkness swallowed everything, complete and suffocating. In it, the mountain seemed to exhale, a deep, satisfied sound that vibrated through the floor and into my bones. I felt hands on my shoulders, steadying me, turning me gently toward the open windows. "It's almost morning," my voice said close to my ear. "You'll feel better once the light comes back." The pressure on my shoulders eased. Footsteps retreated, not down the stairs, but outward, fading into the forest below. A familiar being moved away from the base of the tower, slipping between the trees, climbing the slope with patient certainty. When the lantern flickered back on, I was alone. The trapdoor was closed, latched. The room was exactly as it had been before, except for the open logbook on the floor. I didn't move for a long time. I listened to the slow return of sound to the mountain. Wind, a distant bird, the faintest hint of dawn lightening the sky. I'm still here as I finish this. The sun is coming up, painting the ridgeline gold. The radio is quiet. Everything looks normal again. But when I breathe, I can hear someone else doing it too, perfectly in time, just beneath the floor. My name is Brian Stone, and I took this assignment because I needed quiet more than I needed answers. That's what I told myself when the truck dropped me off at the trailhead just before sunset, when the forest was already starting to dim and the tower stood above the tree line like a ribcage. picked clean by weather. I had done these rotations before. Weeks alone, logging weather, scanning for smoke, listening to radios that barely worked. The kind of job where nothing happens if you're lucky. By the time I climbed the last set of stairs, night had fully settled. The air was cool and dry, carrying the faint metallic smell of dust and old bolts. The tower creaked the way all of them do, slow and tired, as if it were breathing with me. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and latched it behind me. The interior was exactly as I'd left it on my last rotation. Caught against the wall. Desk under the windows. A thin layer of dust over everything, disturbed only by my own footprints from months ago. I did my checks by habit. Radion. Logbook. I wrote the date and time in careful block letters. No smoke visible. Wind light from the north. Temperature dropping faster than forecast. The forest below was already a single black mass, the shapes of trees blending together, until depth stopped meaning anything. That always happens at night up here. The world flattens. Distance lies. I heated a can of soup on the small stove and ate standing up, watching my reflection ghost across the windows. Every sound felt louder once the stove clicked off. The tick of cooling metal. The faint whistle of wind, threading through the supports beneath the floor. Somewhere far off, something moved through brush, then stopped. I told myself it was a deer. There were plenty of those. The first time I felt it, I thought it was just a gust. The tower shuddered, not hard, but with a slow, deliberate pressure, like someone leaning their shoulder into the structure and deciding whether to push. The floor vibrated under my boots. Dust drifted from the rafters. I froze, listening. The wind had died down completely. The trees below were still. I waited for the follow-up rattle that usually comes with a stronger gust. It didn't come. I walked to the window and leaned out, lantern raised. The light cut a shallow cone through the dark, catching the tops of the supports before dissolving into nothing. I swept it left, then right. Nothing moved. No branches swaying. No animals scrambling away. Just the quiet, heavy and intact. I told myself it was thermal contraction. Metal cooling too fast. The tower settling. All reasonable explanations. I wrote a quick note in the logbook about structural noise and shut it again. An hour passed. Maybe more. Time stretches oddly at night. The radio crackled once with distant static, and then went silent again. I was sitting on the cot, boots off, when the pressure returned. This time, it lasted longer. The sensation came from below, a steady upward force, as if the entire tower were being tested for weaknesses. The supports groaned, a low sound that traveled up through the walls and into my chest. I stood and braced myself against the desk, heart thudding, eyes darting to the trapdoor in the floor, even though I knew it was locked. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear claws or scraping or anything dramatic. Just that pressure, patient and unhurried, and then the slow release. Like whatever it was had decided it wasn't ready yet. I waited a full minute before moving. When I finally leaned out the window again, the lantern beam caught something on the lowest crossbeam. Pale shapes against dark wood. I squinted, adjusted the angle, felt my stomach tighten. Handprints, they were dusty, not wet, not bloody, just impressions, as if someone had pressed their hands into the settled grime and then pulled away. I counted without meaning to. 2 hands. Full palms. Fingers splayed. They were facing upward. I pulled the lantern back in and shut the window harder than I meant to. My breath sounded too loud in the small space. I told myself there was a simple explanation. Maintenance crew. Old marks I'd never noticed. But I knew the dust pattern up here. You learn it when you're alone long enough. Those prints were fresh. I locked the trapdoor again, even though it hadn't been opened. I checked the door latch twice. The radio stayed silent. Outside, the forest remained perfectly still, as if it were holding its breath with me. Sometime after midnight, the pressure came back. It was stronger now. Not a shove, not a blow. Just weight. Sustained and intentional. The supports complained in a language I was starting to understand too well. I crouched near the center of the room, one hand on the floor, feeling the vibration through the soles of my feet. My mind kept offering explanations and rejecting them just as quickly. Trees fall. Rocks shift. Animals climb. None of those things press upward and wait. The smell changed while it was happening. A dry, old smell, like disturbed earth and stagnant air, seeping up through the cracks in the floor. I swallowed against a sudden wave of nausea and focused on breathing quietly, irrationally afraid that sound might matter. When the pressure finally eased, I didn't move for a long time. I watched the windows for movement, for shadows, for any sign that something was circling. Nothing appeared. The forest gave nothing back. Near dawn, when the sky began to thin from black to a dull, bruised gray, I forced myself to look again. I leaned out carefully, every muscle tight, lantern shaking slightly in my grip. There were more handprints now. They climbed the supports in uneven intervals, as if whoever made them had been reaching, slipping, adjusting their grip. Some were smeared. Some were clean. All of them faced upward, toward the room where I stood. Toward me. I pulled the lantern in and shut the window, my reflection staring back with wide, disbelieving eyes. The tower creaked softly as the temperature continued to drop, the sound no longer comforting, no longer neutral. I backed away from the glass and sat on the floor, listening to the forest wake slowly below. Morning was coming. I could feel it in the thinning dark, in the way the silence began to loosen its grip. But whatever had been testing the tower hadn't left. It had only stopped pushing. And as the first weak light crept through the windows, I understood that whatever left those prints had learned exactly how much weight the structure could take. The light never really arrived. It just diluted the dark enough to show me what I'd already decided not to look at. I stayed on the floor longer than made sense, listening to the tower settle as the cold eased its grip. My legs were stiff when I finally stood. Every movement felt loud, invasive, as if the structure itself were listening back. I didn't check the supports right away. I made coffee instead, hands shaking just enough to slosh water over the rim of the mug. Steam rose and fogged the window nearest the desk. I wiped it clear with my sleeve and stared out at the trees, at the way the forest looked harmless in gray light, like it was pretending nothing had happened. Birds started up somewhere below, cautious at first, then bolder. Daytime noises trying to reassert the rules. I told myself that if I didn't look, nothing would change. That was the lie I clung to while I drank the coffee and flipped through the logbook, rereading old entries. Names I didn't recognize. Notes about weather and equipment and boredom. Nothing about pressure. Nothing about hands. The last ranger before me had written in neat, narrow lines. I wondered how long it had taken his handwriting to change. I checked the radio again. Still nothing but static. I tried the emergency frequency and got the same empty hiss. I pressed the button longer than necessary, listening for any response that might have slipped past me earlier. Silence answered, flat and uninterested. Eventually, I opened the trapdoor. The ladder descended into a square of shadow that smelled like old wood and dust. I paused with one foot on the first rung, listening. Nothing moved. No scraping. No shifting weight. I climbed down slowly, lantern in one hand, the beam bouncing as my grip tightened and loosened. The handprints were clearer in daylight. They weren't smeared by rain or wind. The dust had been disturbed in a way that made the prints stand out, pale against the darker wood. I counted them again without meaning to. More than before. They climbed higher now, stopping just short of the platform. Some fingers were longer than others. Some pressed deeper, as if more weight had been applied there. I crouched and held the lantern closer. The impressions weren't uniform. The pads of the palms varied in shape, calluses maybe, or just uneven pressure. I found myself imagining the moment they were made. The reach, the slip, the adjustment, the decision to try again. I pulled my hand back when I realized how close I'd gotten. There were marks on the ground, too. Not footprints, scuffs, disturbances in the pine needles and dirt, as if something had paced beneath the tower, circling, testing angles. The earth there looked darker, compacted, pressed down by repeated weight. I climbed back up and closed the trapdoor, harder this time. The latch clicked into place with a finality that felt performative. I sat on the cot and tried to slow my breathing. Morning had come, but whatever rules I'd relied on were still broken. The next pressure came in full daylight. It started subtly, a familiar creak traveling up through the supports. I stood before I realized I was moving, bracing myself against the wall. The tower groaned again, louder, the sound stretching and bending as weight settled beneath it. Dust drifted down in lazy spirals. This time, I could feel direction in it. Not random stress, not a shift. A deliberate push, testing the same points as before. I leaned over the trapdoor, ear close to the floor, and listened. Nothing, no breathing, no movement. Just that sustained force, patient and precise. My mind raced through possibilities and rejected each one as quickly as it appeared. Animals don't do this. Weather doesn't wait. People don't press upward in silence and leave their hands behind like questions. The pressure eased after a minute, maybe two. I didn't check my watch. Time had started to smear around the edges, stretching and compressing in ways that made it unreliable. I stayed where I was, muscles tight, until the tower stopped complaining. When I finally looked out the window again, the forest had gone still in a way that didn't match the light. The birds had stopped. The wind had died. Even the leaves seemed to hold themselves in place, as if the entire slope below me had decided to listen. I smelled it again then. That dry, old scent, stronger now. It clung to the back of my throat. It made my eyes water. I pressed my face into my sleeve and tried not to think about where it was coming from. The handprints had changed. They were higher now. Some reached the edge of the platform. One palm print rested just beneath the lip, fingers curling over empty air. As if whatever made it had almost managed to pull itself up. Almost. I backed away from the window and sat down hard, the cot creaking under my weight. I laughed once, a short, sharp sound that startled me more than anything else had. It felt wrong in the space, like breaking a rule I hadn't known existed. I told myself I'd leave as soon as the radio worked. As soon as I could justify it. Abandoning post. without cause was grounds for termination, but that thought felt distant and theoretical. Survival had a way of reprioritizing things. Afternoon slid toward evening without ceremony. The light thinned again, shadows lengthening, and then knitting themselves together. The forest resumed its sounds cautiously, as if checking whether it was allowed. I ate without tasting anything. I wrote in the logbook, the words coming out shaky and uneven. Structural stress recurring. Source unknown. I stopped there, pen hovering, unwilling to commit more to paper. When night returned, it did so completely. The first stars appeared, sharp and indifferent. The tower creaked as the temperature dropped, a familiar chorus that now felt like a countdown. I stood by the window, lantern off, watching the dark pool beneath me. The pressure came back just after full dark. It was heavier this time, sustained, confident. The supports groaned in protest, a low, aching sound that traveled up into my teeth. I dropped to my knees without deciding to. Palms flat on the floor, feeling the vibration through the wood. It pressed. It waited. I realized then that it wasn't trying to climb anymore. It was learning. The realization settled slowly, the way cold does when you stop moving. Whatever was beneath the tower wasn't guessing anymore. The pressure wasn't exploratory. It was measured, applied in careful increments, always in the same places. The structure answered each push with familiar groans, and I could feel, with an awful clarity, that something was memorizing the response. I stayed on the floor long after my legs went numb. The pressure never fully released this time. It lightened, yes, but it didn't leave. It lingered, like a hand resting on a door after knocking, waiting to see if anyone would answer. I tried the radio again. My voice sounded wrong in the small space, thin and brittle. Static swallowed every word. I held the button down longer than before, breathing into it, hoping someone somewhere might hear something human in the noise. Nothing came back. The smell was stronger now, dry and layered, like dust that hadn't been disturbed in years until tonight. It filled the tower slowly, seeping up through the floorboards, collecting in corners. I wrapped a shirt around my nose and mouth and kept listening. Below me, the forest had gone quiet again. Not the cautious quiet of animals hiding, but the kind that feels imposed, as if sound itself had been asked to wait its turn. The stars overhead looked closer than they should have, sharp points pressed against the sky. The pressure shifted, not upward this time, but sideways. One support groaned louder than the others, the sound stretching as weight redistributed. I felt the tower lean a fraction of an inch and then settle back. Dust fell in a thin curtain. I bit down hard on my lip to keep from making a sound. That was when I understood the handprints differently. They weren't just marks of climbing. They were records. Tests. Each print showed where weight had been applied, how much friction was needed, how the structure responded. The upward, facing palms weren't reaching for me. They were learning how I lived above them. I crawled to the window and looked down without using the lantern. The darkness beneath the platform was deeper than the rest of the forest, a solid absence where light seemed to stop. I stared until my eyes burned, searching for movement, for outline, for anything that would resolve into something I could name. Nothing did. The pressure eased slightly, just enough for me to breathe without my chest feeling crushed. I backed away from the window and sat with my back against the wall, knees pulled tight. My thoughts looped uselessly, offering plans that fell apart as soon as I examined them. Climb down? Run where? Call for help. From what? The tower creaked again, this time in a rhythm that made my stomach drop. Push. Push. Pause. Always the same interval. Always the same spots. It wasn't random. It was practicing. Hours passed like that, the night stretching long and thin. I drifted in and out of shallow half, sleep jolting awake every time the pressure shifted. Each time it returned stronger, more confident, as if it were closing the gap between what it wanted and what it could do. Sometime near what must have been early morning, I heard a new sound. Not footsteps, not scraping. A soft, dry brushing noise, like palms moving through dust. It traveled along the underside of the platform, slow and deliberate. I held my breath, listening as it circled beneath me. The brushing stopped directly under the center of the room. The pressure followed immediately, harder than it had ever been. The tower screamed in protest, every joint and bolt voicing its complaint at once. I was thrown sideways, shoulder slamming into the desk. The lantern fell and rolled, casting wild shadows across the walls. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The pressure didn't relent. It increased just a fraction at a time, as if whatever was below had finally decided it understood the limits. The smell was overwhelming now. Dust and old wood and something deeper. Something that reminded me of spaces sealed too long. I gagged and staggered toward the door, absurdly aware of how pointless it was. There was nowhere to go. Another push. The floor bowed slightly beneath my boots. I screamed then, the sound tearing out of me before I could stop it. The pressure paused. For a moment, everything held still. Then the brushing sound returned. Closer this time, right beneath the trapdoor. I stared at the floor, at the thin seams between boards, at the faint line of dust tracing their edges. A new sound joined it, a slow exhale. Not loud, not wet. Just air moving, testing. The pressure eased again, not because it had given up, but because it had learned something else. I understood then what it wanted. Not the tower. The space inside it. I backed away from the center of the room, pressing myself against the far wall, eyes locked on the trapdoor. My hands shook uncontrollably. I whispered without meaning to, a broken plea that had no shape or direction. The brushing moved. Away from the trapdoor. Toward the supports again. Push! Pause! Push! The tower answered, weaker now. Tired. Dawn came the way it had before, thinning the dark without banishing it. Gray light seeped through the windows, revealing dust hanging thick in the air. The pressure stopped all at once, so abruptly I nearly fell. Silence followed, vast and ringing. I waited for it to return. It didn't. When I finally looked outside, the handprints were everywhere. They covered the supports in dense clusters, overlapping, layered, as if multiple attempts had been made at once. They reached the platform now. Some pressed flat against the underside, palms wide, fingers spread, as if feeling the warmth left behind. One print stood out from the rest. It was on the edge of the platform, right where the ladder met the floor. A full palm, pressed hard enough to clear the dust completely. The fingers curled inward slightly, like they had almost found purchase. Almost. The radio crackled then, sudden and sharp, making me flinch. A voice broke through the static, distorted but unmistakably human, asking for a status update. I answered immediately, words tumbling over each other, barely coherent. I didn't mention the handprints. I didn't mention the pressure. I just said I was leaving. That I couldn't stay another night. There was a pause on the line. Then the voice told me to hold position. Relief washed over me so fast it made me dizzy. I packed quickly, movements jerky and uncoordinated. I didn't look down as I descended the ladder. I didn't look back when my boots hit the ground. As I reached the tree line, I felt it then. Not pressure. Absence. Like something heavy had been lifted away, leaving the air wrong and hollow behind it. I don't take tower assignments anymore. I don't sleep well. Sometimes, when I wake in the dark, I feel the bed shift slightly. Just enough to remind me of weight learning limits. And every morning, no matter where I am, I check the floor for handprints facing upward. My name is Dylan Hart, and I learned something important about reflections tonight. They are not as reliable as we are taught to believe. I've been stationed in this tower for 3 weeks now. Long enough for the forest to start feeling less like a view and more like a presence. The tower sits above a bowl of dark timber and winding service roads. And at night the windows turn into mirrors unless you're careful with the lights. That's standard. Every lookout learns early to keep the bulbs low. The blinds crack just enough to watch for smoke without turning the glass into a reflection of yourself. Tonight started quietly. No wind worth mentioning. No radio traffic beyond a brief check in before dusk. The kind of night that feels padded, like sound itself is being absorbed before it can travel anywhere. Even the insects seemed hesitant, their chirring uneven, as if they were listening between notes. I made coffee around 9. The smell was sharp and grounding, cutting through the stale wood and metal scent that never quite leaves the tower. I stood at the sink while it brewed, looking out over the eastern window, watching the last band of color drain from the horizon. That's when I noticed the first mismatch. It was small, easy to miss. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, stretching my back, and the movement in the glass lagged. Not by much. A fraction of a second. The kind of delay you'd blame on fatigue, or the way reflections warp when the light is low. I leaned closer, studying my own outline. Bearded, tired, jacket half unzipped, everything lined up again. I told myself it was nothing and turned away. Later, closer to 10, the tower creaked as the temperature dropped. The sound ran through the floor supports and into my feet, a slow settling groan that happens every night. I logged the weather, checked the horizon again, and sat down with the radio humming quietly beside me. The windows were mostly dark now, reflecting the interior more than the forest beyond. That's when I saw myself lift my hand. I hadn't moved. The reflection in the north, facing window, raised its right hand slightly, palm angled inward like it was testing the air. My own hands were still wrapped around my mug. The coffee sloshed as my grip tightened. I stared straight at the glass, afraid to blink. The reflection froze. Then, slowly, it lowered its hand to match mine. My heart was loud in my ears. I could feel the pressure of it in my chest, pushing against my ribs. I waited, counting breaths, waiting for my reflection to slip again. It didn't. I stood up carefully, chair legs scraping softly across the floor. This time, the movement mirrored me perfectly. I stepped closer to the window. So did it. I leaned left. It leaned left. The glass showed nothing wrong at all. I laughed under my breath, the sound thin and nervous. Lack of sleep does things to your perception. Everyone knows that. I rubbed my eyes and turned off the overhead light, plunging the room into dimness. The forest outside returned, layered and deep, swallowing the reflection completely. For a while that helped. Around 11, a smell crept in through the open vent. Damp soil. Pine sap. Something metallic underneath, like old rainwater sitting in a rusted barrel. I hadn't noticed it earlier, and once I did, I couldn't stop tracking it as it shifted and faded with the barely moving air. I walked a slow circuit of the tower, checking each window in turn. The glass behaved. Reflections stayed where they should. When I reached the east window again, I paused, studying my face in the faint glow of the instrument panel behind me. "You're fine," I said quietly. The reflection said it too. I stepped back. The reflection didn't. It stayed closer to the glass, just an inch or two forward, as if my depth had flattened. The difference was subtle but unmistakable once I saw it. I raised my left hand. It mirrored me, but its fingers spread a little wider than mine. My mouth felt dry. I swallowed and lowered my hand. The reflection's hand dropped a beat later. The silence in the tower thickened. Even the radio's low static seemed to pull away, leaving a hollow space that made every breath sound intrusive. I became acutely aware of the smell again, stronger now, and of a faint pressure change in my ears, like a storm approaching without clouds. I took another step back. This time, the reflection did not follow at all. It stayed where it was, facing me, my own face wearing an expression I did not feel. Its eyes seemed more focused somehow, as if they weren't bound to the same shallow depth as the glass. I realized I was holding my breath and forced myself to inhale slowly through my nose. "Stop it," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was addressing. The reflection smiled. I did not. The smile was wrong in a way I can't easily explain. It used all the right muscles, pulled at the same places my own smile would, but it came too easily, too smoothly, like a practiced gesture. Before I could think better of it, I lifted my hand again, palm facing the glass. The reflection hesitated. Then it lifted its hand first. Not to match me, not delayed. It moved before I did, palm up, fingers relaxed, hovering at chest height. The motion was casual, almost friendly, and then it waved. Just once. A small, deliberate motion of the fingers. The air in the tower felt suddenly thin, as if someone had opened a door somewhere and let the night in. I stumbled back, knocking into the desk. The mug tipped and spilled cold coffee across the logbook, the pages darkening as the liquid soaked in. The sound seemed impossibly loud. When I looked back at the window, the reflection was perfectly aligned again, my face slack with shock, my hand half raised. I turned off every light in the tower. Darkness rushed in, pressing against the windows from the outside. The forest reclaimed the glass, reflections dissolving into layers of black and darker black. I stood there for a long time, listening to my own breathing and the faint, distant creak of trees shifting somewhere below. I did not look at the windows again for a while, but I could feel them behind me, cool and patient, waiting for the light to come back. I kept the lights off longer than was practical, long enough that my eyes adjusted fully to the dark, and the tower stopped feeling like a room and more like a shape cut out of the night. The instruments glowed faintly, tiny LEDs barely, strong enough to outline the desk and radio. Everything else faded into silhouettes and edges. The windows were just darkness now, no reflections, no faces. That should have helped. Instead, it made the space feel thinner, like the walls were suggestions rather than barriers. Sound carried differently without the lights on. Every small movement I made seemed louder, sharper. My boots against the floor, fabric brushing my jacket. the soft click of the radio volume knob as I turned it down another notch. Outside, the forest breathed. That's the only way I can describe it. A slow, collective sound that rose and fell without any single source. Leaves shifting far below. Branches rubbing together. A low, distant groan of wood under its own weight. I tried to focus on that. On anything that wasn't the memory of a hand lifting before mine did. I sat with my back to the windows. I told myself it was temporary, just until my nerves settled. I pulled the logbook closer, flipping past the coffee-stained page to a clean one, and forced myself to write. Time, temperature, visibility, routine details. My handwriting came out tight and angular, like I was bracing against the paper. Every few seconds, I felt the urge to turn around. I resisted it. The smell crept back in around midnight. Damp earth again, stronger than before. Threaded with something stale and sour. It reminded me of wet clothes left too long in a closed room. I checked the vent, adjusted it. But the scent lingered, settling into the tower as if it belonged there. The radio crackled softly. I froze, pen hovering above the page. The sound hadn't formed into words. Just a brief burst of static, then silence. I waited, counting heartbeats. Nothing followed. Control? This is Lookout 7, I said finally, keeping my voice level. Just checking in. Static answered me. No voice. No acknowledgement. That wasn't unusual this late. Still, the quiet afterward felt heavier than it should have. I set the microphone down carefully, as if sudden movement might disturb something. A faint sound came from behind me. Not a knock, not footsteps. Just a subtle shift, like fabric brushing against glass. I held every muscle tight and listened harder. The sound didn't repeat. The forest noise continued uninterrupted, unconcerned. I told myself it was wind. Slowly, deliberately, I stood up. The chair legs made a soft, complaining noise as I moved them aside. I took one step, then another, turning just enough to bring the windows into my vision without facing them directly. Still dark. Still forest. I exhaled and felt some of the tension bleed out of my shoulders. I turned fully then, scanning each pane in turn. Nothing moved. The glass reflected only vague shapes of the interior now, barely there. I allowed myself to turn one light back on. Just the small lamp above the desk, angled downward. It created a pool of warm light without fully waking the windows. The reflection returned faintly, muted and distorted, but it behaved. I didn't approach the glass again. Time passed in uneven chunks. I checked my watch more often than I needed to. 1:30. 2. The night stretched, refusing to move at a normal pace. I drank water. The coolness grounding, and tried to focus on the horizon beyond the light's reach. That's when I noticed the movement below. At first, it was just a difference in darkness. A patch where the forest floor seemed slightly less uniform, like a shadow drifting where there shouldn't be one. I leaned closer to the south window, careful to keep the lamp angled away. The shape moved slowly, threading between trees too deliberate to be an animal. It didn't reflect light. It didn't make sound. It just displaced darkness as it passed through it. My pulse quickened. I reached for the binoculars, lifting them inch by inch, afraid of sudden motion. Through the lenses, the forest sharpened, trunks and branches resolving into layered depth. The shape was gone. I scanned the area again, methodically. Nothing. No broken branches. No rustling. Just trees standing where they always had. I lowered the binoculars and caught my reflection, clearly for the first time in hours. It was closer than it should have been. My face filled more of the glass than my position allowed, features sharper, eyes darker. I hadn't leaned in. I was certain of that. I hadn't moved at all. The reflection blinked. I did too, a fraction of a second later. A wave of cold washed through me, starting at the back of my neck and rolling down my spine. I stepped away from the window, heart hammering. The reflection stayed close to the glass, maintaining the same distance as before. "No," I said, louder than I meant to. The word hung in the air, flat and alone. The reflection's mouth opened slightly, as if to speak, then closed again. It tilted its head, studying me with my own eyes. I backed toward the center of the room. The reflection didn't follow. It stayed anchored to the window now, hands resting at its sides, posture relaxed. Waiting. The smell intensified, filling my nose until it felt like breathing through damp cloth. My ears popped again, pressure shifting subtly, and for a moment the forest noise dropped out entirely. Silence pressed in. The reflection raised one hand and placed it flat against the glass. I felt it in my palm, not physically, not like touch, more like awareness. A sudden certainty of where my own hand was in space, even though it hung uselessly at my side. The sensation made my skin crawl. The glass did not move. It did not fog. But I had the overwhelming impression of contact. I stumbled back another step, bumping into the cot. My foot caught, and I nearly fell. When I looked back up, the reflection had leaned closer still, face inches from the inside of the window. It smiled again. Outside, somewhere far below, a branch snapped. The forest sound rushed back all at once, loud and chaotic, like it had been waiting for permission. I turned away, breaking eye contact, and fumbled for the radio with shaking hands. "Control," I said, voice tight. "I need you to answer." Static filled the speaker, thick and uneven. Beneath it, faint but unmistakable, was the sound of breathing. Not mine. The breathing stayed in the radio, even after I pulled my mouth away from the microphone. It wasn't loud. It didn't distort the static or overwhelm it. It simply existed inside it, a slow, measured inhale and exhale that matched a rhythm I knew too well. I stood there gripping the edge of the desk, listening, trying to convince myself it was feedback or interference or my own pulse bleeding into my ears. I wasn't breathing like that. I reached out and turned the radio volume down. The breathing faded with the static until the speaker fell silent. The sudden absence of sound felt wrong, like cutting an engine at full speed. I stood there longer than necessary, waiting for something to rush back in. Nothing did. Behind me, the glass creaked. It was a small sound, more felt than heard, like pressure shifting against a sealed surface. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My reflection had learned too much already. I knew that with a certainty that settled deep in my stomach. The smell changed again. Less damp now. Sharper, like ozone after a storm, or the air near overheated wiring. My scalp prickled, a crawling sensation that made me want to scratch but didn't fade when I did. I moved slowly, deliberately, keeping my eyes on the dark floor as I stepped toward the cot. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The stairs spiraled down into trees I could no longer trust, and the windows wrapped the tower in glass like an aquarium. I sat on the edge of the cot and pressed my palms into the mattress. It was cold, colder than it should have been, as if it hadn't held my weight all night. A soft sound came from the window directly across from me. Not tapping, not knocking, fingernails lightly dragging. The sound traced a short line down the glass, stopped, then traced another. slow, curious. I stared at the floorboards, counting the knots in the wood, grounding myself in anything that wasn't that sound. It stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It carried expectation with it, a pause held just long enough to make you lean forward, without realizing it. I felt the pressure shift again in my ears, deeper this time, and my vision swam slightly at the edges. "Dylan," a voice said softly. It didn't come from the radio. It didn't come from the radio. It came from everywhere at once, filtered through the small space of the tower, bouncing off metal and wood and glass. It was my voice, not a recording, not an echo. It had weight to it. Intention. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, the floor was reflected in the window. I don't mean I saw my reflection standing there. I mean the angle was wrong. The glass showed the tower interior from a lower perspective, as if whoever was reflected was standing where I was sitting. The cot, the desk, the radio, all seen from my height. Except I wasn't in it. The reflection stood instead, upright, shoulders squared, wearing my body like it fit better than I'd ever had. It looked down at the cot, then back up, meeting my eyes through the glass. It raised its hand. This time, I raised mine too, without thinking. The movements matched perfectly. No delay, no correction. For a brief, terrifying moment, it felt right, like slipping into alignment after walking with a limp for too long. The reflection's fingers curled. So did mine. A spike of panic cut through the strange calm, and I yanked my hand back. The reflection hesitated, just barely, then lowered its hand as well. Its expression shifted, something like disappointment flickering across my face. "No," I said again. The word felt thin, insufficient. The reflection stepped closer to the glass. I felt it again, that sensation of contact without touch, pressure without force. My chest tightened, breath coming shallow now. "I can finish," the reflection said, my voice soft and steady. "You're tired." Images flashed unbidden through my mind. The stairs, the long walk down, the endless watch nights stacked on top of each other. The quiet that never quite leaves your ears once you've lived with it long enough. The reflection smiled, gentle this time. Behind it, the forest in the glass was wrong. The trees leaned inward, their outlines bending toward the tower, converging in a way real trees never do. Darkness pooled at their bases, thicker than shadow, swallowing detail. I stood up abruptly, breaking the alignment. The reflection faltered, its image warping for a split second before stabilizing again. The radio crackled to life. "Lookout 7, a voice said. Not mine. Real. Distant, but real. Report. Hope surged so fast it made me dizzy. I lunged for the desk, nearly knocking over the lamp. Light flared, bright and unforgiving. The reflection screamed, not out loud. The glass vibrated, a high, silent vibration that set my teeth on edge. The image shattered into fragments of light and shadow, my face splintering across the window before snapping back into place. The forest returned to normal. The reflection was gone. "Control," I gasped, pressing the microphone close. "I'm here. I'm here." There was a pause. Static hissed softly. "Copy that," the voice said. "We lost you for a bit. Everything okay up there?" I looked around the tower. The windows showed only the night. No movement. No pressure. The smell faded, replaced by cold, clean air. I said after a moment, "Yeah." False alarm. The rest of the night passed without incident. Dawn crept in slow and gray, thinning the darkness until the windows stopped being mirrors again. When the first light touched the trees, I finally allowed myself to breathe properly. I logged the night. Weather. Visibility. No anomalies. When the relief crew arrived later that morning, I was already packed. I didn't tell them everything. I didn't know how. As I stepped out onto the catwalk, I caught my reflection in the glass one last time. It waved. I did not. My name is Michael Rowan, and I've been a fire lookout long enough to know the difference between a quiet night and a listening one. Tonight started like any other. The sun slid off the ridge to the west, leaving the timberline bruised purple and black, and I logged the last visibility check before dark. No smoke columns, no lightning. The kind of calm that usually settles in like a held breath and stays there until morning. The tower smelled the way it always does after sunset. Warm dust from the day, old pine boards. The faint tang of oil from the lantern I keep on the desk, even though the generator still works. I shut the windows one by one. Not because of weather, but out of habit. The forest can throw sound upward in strange ways after dark. A cough of wind becomes a footstep. A branch pop becomes a knock. You learn to close things down, keep the night at arm's length. I filled out the log with a dull pencil, listening to the ticks and groans as the tower cooled. Every lookout learns those noises like a language. The posts complain first, then the stairs, then the floor under your boots. The wind found a loose seam in the roof tin and worried it. A thin whistle like breath through teeth. Somewhere far off, an owl asked a question it would not get answered. I made coffee because it gives my hands something to do. Steam rose and flattened against the ceiling, carrying that bitter smell that feels like company. The radio sat quiet. No check-ins scheduled until midnight. I stood at the windows and let my eyes adjust, watching the tree line lose detail, until it became one continuous shape. The forest at night looks solid from up here. You forget that it's full of spaces. That was when I noticed the pressure. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't even a feeling at first, just the absence of movement. The wind died. The whistle stopped. The tower finished its settling and went still. Silence took on a weight. My ears rang in the way they do when you've been underwater too long. I remember thinking it would be good if something made noise. Anything. I checked the thermometer. Steady. The generator hummed, a thin mechanical reassurance, and I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slow and laughed at myself, because being alone does that to you. It gives your thoughts room to stretch. I turned the lantern off to cut the glare and leaned closer to the glass. That's when the light appeared below me. Not a glow like a campfire. Not a headlamp. It was low and diffuse, like the reflection you see off wet leaves when a truck passes a mile away. It moved without moving. A smear that shifted across the understory, and then settled. I counted seconds, waiting for the pattern to resolve into something I recognized. Nothing did. I logged it anyway. Time, bearing color, white with a hint of yellow. Too low for a plane. Too wide for a flashlight. The forest swallowed it after a minute, the dark knitting back together like it always does. I told myself it was a trick of angle and humidity. Light does odd things when you're elevated. That explanation fit well enough to be comfortable. The radio crackled at 11:47. A burst of static that made me jump. I answered, gave my call sign, and listened to my own voice echo back thinner than it should have been. Dispatch acknowledged and asked for conditions. I told them clear and calm. I did not mention the light. You don't report ghosts. You report fire. When the radio went quiet again, the pressure came back. Stronger. It felt like the tower was bracing itself, the way your body does when you expect an impact. I put my palm on the window frame. The wood vibrated faintly, not from wind or engine, but from something deeper, slower. I followed that vibration with my hand to the center post. It pulsed once and then went still. I walked the perimeter, checking bolts and braces, listening. The stairs creaked under me in the familiar way, and I felt relief at the sound. Down a level, the air smelled different, damp, metallic. I paused, nostrils flaring, trying to place it. Not smoke, not rot. It reminded me of the inside of a rain barrel, left too long in the shade. Another light flared, closer this time. I saw it through the stairwell window, a broad wash that climbed the trunks without casting shadows. It did not illuminate leaves so much as outline the spaces between them. My stomach tightened. I thought of all the nights I'd watched storms build from nothing. The way weather announces itself if you know how to look. This did not announce itself. It waited. I went back up and locked the hatch, the metal latch ringing louder than it should have. The sound fell straight down, swallowed by the tower's throat. I stood there, listening for an echo that never came. The silence pressed harder, and with it came an understanding I didn't want yet. The tower isn't new. It's been here longer than most of the roads. The manual talks about maintenance schedules and lightning protocols and evacuation routes. But there are sections that read like folklore, if you don't know the history. Load tolerances that don't make sense for wind. Instructions about keeping the lower vents sealed after dusk. A note in the margin about not storing personal items below the main floor. I had followed those rules without thinking much about them. Tonight, with the light blooming and fading below me like a pulse, the rules lined up into a shape. Something brushed the underside of the platform. The contact was gentle, almost careful. The tower responded with a low, sympathetic groan, and the vibration ran up the posts into my bones. I froze, hands spread on the desk, listening for the scrape or thud that would tell me I'd imagined it. There was nothing. Just that pressure again, patient and expectant. I checked the windows one more time. The forest was dark and deep and full of space. The light was gone. In its place was a darker absence. A hole in the night where even starlight seemed to hesitate. The smell from below intensified, damp and cold. I stood very still and understood, finally, why the tower is built the way it is. Not tall to see farther. Not sturdy to keep weather out. It is anchored deep, braced inward. Sealed where it shouldn't be sealed. It is a lid. And tonight, whatever it has been holding down knows I am here. I stayed where I was for a long time, because moving felt like admitting something I wasn't ready to say out loud. The tower had gone quiet again. But not the easy quiet from earlier. This was the kind that carries information if you pay attention to it. I pressed my ear to the window frame and listened past the hum of the generator, past the blood in my head. The forest held still. No wind. No insects. Even the owl had gone. The vibration came back, not from below this time, but from the posts themselves. A slow traveling ripple, like a hand testing the strength of a fence. It moved counterclockwise, touching each support in turn, and then stopped. I pictured something circling beneath me, learning the geometry of the place. My palms were damp. I wiped them on my pants and forced myself to move, because the alternative was to stand there until morning and pretend nothing would change. I checked the lower vents. Sealed, like the manual says, their metal covers screwed tight. I checked the hatch again. Locked. I checked the radio. Dead air. I said my call sign anyway, just to hear a voice. The words felt thin in my mouth, like paper. I waited. Nothing answered. Not even static. The silence leaned closer. Down below, a light bloomed and died, not flashing, not sweeping. Just appearing and then withdrawing like breath. It outlined the underside of the platform in a soft rim. Enough for me to see where the beams met the posts. That was when I noticed the marks. They weren't scratches. They were impressions. Shallow and broad, pressed into the wood, as if the beams had softened under weight. I leaned out as far as I dared, lantern off, and counted them. One under each main beam. Evenly spaced. Deliberate. The tower groaned softly, not in complaint, but in acknowledgement. I pulled the manual from the shelf because it gave me something to hold. The pages smelled like dust and old glue. I flipped past sections I knew by heart, past the diagrams of sight lines and fire triangles, until I found the appendix everyone jokes about. The language there is careful, in a way the rest of the book isn't. It talks about monitoring loads during periods of calm, about maintaining interior lights to discourage buildup, about documenting anomalies without attempting to resolve them. There was a note in pencil I'd never noticed before, written by a hand steadier than mine. Keep the tower occupied. Vacancy invites testing. Something touched the stairs. The sound came up through the wood, a single measured step, then another. The stairs answered with a muted creak that stopped halfway, as if the pressure had been lifted before the tread could complain fully. I stood frozen at the top, heart hammering, and listened to the careful ascent that wasn't really an ascent at all. The steps did not progress upward. They repeated the same two trades, again and again, as if someone were learning how much weight they could put down without being heard. I thought about calling out. I thought about banging on the floor, about asserting myself with noise. The manual's margin note burned in my head. Discourage buildup. Keep occupied. I turned the lantern on and set it on the desk, flooding the room with steady light. The generator hummed louder, or maybe I just noticed it more. The steps stopped. The smell intensified, a cold dampness that felt wrong for this elevation, like the air from a basement that shouldn't exist. I tasted metal. My ears rang again. I forced myself to sit and write, because writing is what I do when things don't make sense. Time. Light observed below platform. Structural vibration noted. Audible contact on stairs without progression. I wrote smaller and smaller, as if conserving space would conserve something else too. A low pressure pushed against the walls, not enough to bow them, just enough to be felt. The windows trembled in their frames. I imagined the forest floor far below. Imagined the spaces between roots filling with light, and then emptying again. I imagined something large enough that it had to test the stairs rather than climb them, careful not to announce itself. The thought slid into place with a terrible ease. I moved to the far window and watched the darkness directly beneath the tower. The absence there deepened, the way a bruise darkens before it shows color. The light returned, brighter now, and for a moment it resolved into edges. Not a shape I could name, just planes intersecting at wrong angles, pressure expressed as geometry. The underside of the platform glowed, and the impressions deepened. The tower responded. I felt it lock in, a change in tension like a muscle bracing. The vibration shifted pitch, The posts took load they hadn't been taking before, and somewhere below, something adjusted. There was a sound then, not a step, not a scrape, but a long exhale that carried up through the structure and out into the night. The forest answered with nothing. I remembered the old-timers talking about nights when the tower felt heavy, about keeping the lights on, about not going down unless the sun was up and the birds were back, about never leaving it empty, even for a minute, even if the weather was perfect. At the time, I'd thought it was superstition layered over boredom. Up here, with the air pressing in and the stairs being tested by an intelligence that understood restraint, it felt like protocol. I spoke aloud then. Not a challenge, not a plea, just a statement. I'm here. The words sounded ridiculous and necessary at the same time. The pressure eased by a fraction. The vibration settled into a steady hum that matched the generator. Close enough to be mistaken for it if you weren't listening carefully. The light below dimmed, not gone, just withdrawn, like something settling back into a deeper pocket of dark. The smell receded a little. My knees felt weak, and I realized I'd been standing for a long time. I sat and kept the lantern burning, eyes fixed on the stairs, ears tuned to the wood. Whatever the tower holds, it understands patterns. It understands occupancy. And as the night crept toward midnight, with the forest holding its breath and the structure bearing weight it was designed to bear, I understood my role with a clarity that left no room for comfort. I am not here to watch for fire. I am here to make sure the tower knows it is not alone. Midnight passed without ceremony. No radio call. No change in the sky. The clock on the wall clicked forward, and the sound landed too loudly in the room, like a drop tool. I waited for the pressure to spike, for some reaction to the hour, but nothing dramatic happened. Instead, the weight beneath the tower redistributed, slow and methodical, like something settling into a more comfortable position. I kept the lantern on. The light felt less like reassurance now, and more like a signal. The tower responded to it, the posts holding their tension, the floor steady beneath my boots. When I shifted my weight, the vibration adjusted to match, almost conversational. I tested it once, leaning forward, then back. The hum below changed pitch in response. I stopped immediately. There are things you learn not to play with. The smell came and went in waves. Each time it returned, it felt closer, as if whatever was down there no longer needed to reach as far to make itself known. I focused on ordinary tasks to anchor myself. I cleaned the mug. I straightened the map table. I rewound the radio cord even though it was already neat. The manual lay open where I'd left it, the penciled notes staring up at me. Keep the tower occupied. The stairs creaked once, higher than before. I froze, listening hard. The sound hadn't come from the repeated test steps of earlier. This was a single, complete creak. The kind you hear when weight is applied and maintained. I watched the stairwell opening, the darkness there thick and unmoving. The lantern light did not reach far enough down to show me anything useful. The pressure climbed, gentle but insistent, and the walls answered with a low, steady complaint. I understood then that the testing phase was over. Something below the platform shifted again, and this time the movement carried intent. Not urgency, not hunger, purpose. The impressions under the beams deepened another fraction. Wood fibers compressing with a sound like a distant sigh. The tower leaned into it, doing what it had been built to do. Hold, contain, endure. I thought about leaving, about unbolting the hatch and taking the stairs two at a time, about stepping into the forest and trusting distance to solve a problem that felt very close and very vertical. The thought barely formed before the structure answered it. The vibration sharpened, a warning tremor that ran from the posts into my teeth. The stairs below answered with a chorus of tiny creaks, not steps, but readiness. I stayed where I was. The radio crackled once, sharp enough to make me flinch, then settled into a hiss. I leaned in, hope flaring despite myself. My call sign came back at me, distorted, stretched, spoken with a patience that made my skin crawl. I did not answer. The hiss returned, then silence. I shut the radio off entirely. Some channels are better left closed. Below me, the light flared again, brighter than before, and for a moment it filled the underside of the platform completely. The edges I'd glimpsed earlier resolved, just enough to tell me they were not meant to be seen from above. Angles met where they shouldn't. Space bent around weight rather than containing it. The tower groaned, deep and full, and the pressure peaked. Then it eased. The light dimmed, receding into the earth like breath drawn back into lungs. The smell thinned. The vibration settled into a baseline I recognized, heavy but stable. I sagged against the desk, shaking now that the worst of it seemed to have passed. Outside, somewhere far away, a bird called. The sound felt unreal, like a memory. I stayed alert. Dawn was still hours away. The night did not feel finished with me, just quieter. The stairs did not creak again. The forest remained unnaturally still, as if holding to an agreement it had not made lightly. I kept the lantern burning, and my eyes on the windows, listening to the tower breathe. Near 4, the pressure shifted one last time, downward and away. The impressions under the beams eased, not disappearing, but relaxing. The hum faded to something almost imperceptible. I felt, rather than heard, a withdrawal, careful and complete. Whatever had been pressing up against the underside of the world retreated into deeper dark. Satisfied for now, the sky lightened by degrees. Gray seeped into black. The forest began to reassemble itself, details returning one by one. Insects started up hesitantly. A breeze tested the canopy. The tower loosened its brace with a soft series of pops and ticks, like joints after a long hold. When the sun finally cleared the ridge, the light fell clean and ordinary on the trees below. I looked for signs, disturbed earth, broken branches, anything that would make the night make sense. There was nothing. From above, the forest looked exactly as it always had. I wrote the final entry in the log with a steady hand. No smoke. No weather. Structural load event during calm conditions. Occupancy maintained. Outcome stable. It was the most honest I could be without explaining something that does not want to be explained. When relief arrived later that morning, they asked if it had been a quiet night. I told them yes. From the outside, that was true. I did not mention the impressions under the beams, or the way the stairs had learned my weight. I did not mention the light that knew where to go, or the pressure that responded when I spoke. As I climbed down in daylight, the tower felt different. Not empty, not hostile, aware. I paused at the base and rested a hand against the post, feeling the solid reassurance of wood and steel. The forest stirred around me, alive and loud and convincingly normal. The tower isn't meant to keep me safe. It never was. It is a lid on something patient and heavy, and contained by design. And as long as someone is up there, keeping the light on, acknowledging the weight, it stays where it belongs. Tonight, I'll climb back up.